Excuse me, Mayor, are you ready to begin the meeting?
Yes, we are.
Recording in progress.
I'd like to call to the meeting to order for tonight. Our special meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for May 8th. I'd like to now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who want to participate in Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, all. Hola, buenas noches. Me llamo Mónica. Estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, María. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos utilizando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que se termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, verá el icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas y elija su canal de idiomas. Thank you. We are ready.
Thank you very much. May we have a roll call this evening?
Councilmember Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy, Now,
Here.
Hosake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Let the record reflect, Councilmember Healy is absent, all others are present.
Let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence. Thank you. And tonight we have a workshop to review the proposed fiscal year 23-24 operating and capital budgets and the revised long-term general fund operating forecast. And before I turn it over to staff, I just want to note that this is probably our largest policy document, what we have here. And it may take a while, and to have public expression may be a little while before we get to that point. But there are cards, and if you wish to speak, please note whether you wish to speak on the half that is capital budget or the half that is operating and department budgets. Note that on the card. And with that, Corey, I believe you're leading us off tonight.
Actually, I'll kick off, Mayor. Thank you very much.
My bad.
Good evening, mayors, city council members, city staff, and Petaluma community. I'm pleased to submit to you the proposed budget for the city of Petaluma for fiscal year 23-24. As I outline in my next comment, you'll see throughout this budget document in this workshop that this upcoming year will be one of continuous and essential investments in our community that will benefit Petalumans for generations to come. Given that our budget is the most significant policy document, as stated by our mayor, the city produces, I could not be prouder of the vast diversity of projects, programs, and initiatives that we are recommending for investment in our community. This proposed $338 million budget continues to move Petaluma forward in a positive and impactful way, and results in our city continuing to lead locally, regionally, and nationally. With our community as our guide and the City Council as our policy leaders, we are embracing our future as a responsive, innovative, and effective municipal government organization. While priorities can shift from year to year, our resolve to deliver outstanding services, safe and sustainable infrastructure, and climate-first action to our community is unwavering. The work plan staff is proposing continues to be very aggressive as it has been since 2012 when we began benefiting from voter-approved Measure U. In tackling the issues most important to our community, including homelessness, safe streets, and well-maintained infrastructure, both existing and new, public safety and emergency preparedness, housing, the city-owned fairgrounds, water resiliency, and our climate. Tonight, as we workshop through our annual operating budget and our 5-year capital improvement program, it is important to recognize that the road ahead will require tough choices. With persistent threats of inflation, we must be ready to counteract potential economic declines with strategic prioritization of staff and funding resources. This proposed budget realizes and embraces our people-powered Petaluma. That includes a vast network of our collaborators, our staff, our business community, our schools and nonprofit organizations, our multi-jurisdictional partners, and our talented, passionate, creative Petaluma community, all who work together, invest their time, treasure, and talent to create safe streets, to facilitate housing, to ensure safe spaces and mental health resources for our youth, to care for our unsheltered, to provide crisis intervention services to those in need, and so much more. Every year since my arrival in 2019, our city budget continues to get better and better, and it's very reflective of the diverse needs of the community we serve. I want to thank our Finance Director, Corey Garbarolio, Finance Analyst Isabel Kraft, and Finance and Accounting Manager Janine Tedrow for the entire Finance Department staff who are continuously developing, refining, and forecasting the city's primary policy document to make it accessible and achievable, and to our executive team and their staffs for creating a work plan that is highly responsive to our council and community. Thank you, and I'd like to turn this over to Corey Garbarolio, our Finance Director and Deputy City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, Mayor McDonald, and members of the City Council. Tonight's agenda includes a budget process. We'll go over the timeline and the budget guidelines issued for this year's budget preparation. We'll go over an all funds budget overview. CIP staff will then present the CIP program overview, followed by a Q&A session. That will be followed by the general funds budget overview. We'll discuss the updated general fund forecast and the associated risks and opportunities that exist. Departments will then present budget overviews for each department budget section. And then finally, we'll have time at the end for additional questions. And just as a reminder, tonight's presentation is a very high-level summary overview of the entire budget document. So if you're interested in learning more about the details that go along with this presentation, the entire budget document can be found at cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. So the annual budget process begins in late October every year. It's about an 8-month process. It's a very tight timeline with delivery of the budget document to City Council annually by the first meeting in May. The process includes developing a CIP plan and updating the financial forecast, which helps provide guidelines to departments for creating their department budgets. The goals and priorities are identified and incorporated into the budget document. Council adoption of the budget occurs in June, ahead of when spending begins for the new fiscal year, which runs from July 1st to June 30th annually. The budget process doesn't end there. It's an ongoing process all throughout the year. It's continually monitored. We typically bring forward at least 3 quarterly budget adjustments to council every year, in addition to a general fund forecast update, which typically comes forward at mid-year for council review. Part of the annual budget process includes identifying available resources while maintaining fiscal responsibility and bringing forward a balanced budget. All departments were required to maintain existing operating budgets at the same level as last year with no additional increases built in, which represents the baseline of needs. Only those requests necessary for ongoing operations were approved. The goals and initiatives were identified and included into the proposed budget. And lastly, but critical for long-term sustainability, is maintaining our needs with available resources. So given that our needs always far outweigh our available resources, we must always balance the needs with the resources. Measure U does provide significant funds. However, it is a finite source, and the most critical needs should always continue to be prioritized and addressed. So we'll start with the citywide revenues. We have about a $337.5 million citywide budget, which is funded by $288 million in revenues. The difference between those two figures comes from accumulated fund reserves in the various funds. The general fund accounts for about 24.7% of the overall city revenues, and those are derived from taxes, fees, intergovernmental revenue, which largely represents grants, and other types of resources, which we'll discuss later in the presentation. Measure U, our new locally controlled sales tax revenues, account for about 5.5% of the overall city revenue total. Utility funds are about 19%, and that's mainly coming from rates and connection fees for water and wastewater services. Our capital projects represent about 27%, and that's largely transfers from utilities and special revenue funds to fund capital projects. Our special revenue funds are about 10.9%, and that's largely impact fees. Gas taxes included there too, so is Measure M parks and other special revenue funds. Enterprise funds are about 4.5%, and that's resulting from fees for airport, transit building, and the marina. And then lastly, internal service funds and successor agency make up the remaining 6.9%. Another way of looking at revenues here, our tax revenues represent about 22% of our overall city revenues by type. Our utility revenues represent about 18%. Transfers in represent about 29%, and that's directly offset with transfers out, which facilitate moving funds between categories to fund various projects. Permits and fees about 4%. Again, intergovernmental is about 13%, and that's largely representative of our grant revenue. And then other small categories here make up the remaining portions. So now citywide expenditures for fiscal 23-24, as I mentioned, $337.5 million. Utility funds make up one of the largest portions of the expenditure budget at about 25.4%. That's again water, wastewater, and stormwater services. General fund is about 21%, and that's general government services, which includes public safety, parks and recreation, and public works. Measure U is about 6% and supports workforce stabilization costs in the general fund, as well as infrastructure investment and other priority initiatives, programs, and projects. Special revenue is about 10.5%, and that largely represents the grant activity and impact fees funding various capital projects. Enterprise fund make up about 4%. Again, that's airport, marina, transit, and building services. And then the internal service and successor agency, the smaller categories, make up about 6.2%. And then lastly, one of the largest categories is the capital projects, and that's about 26.5%. So here's another way of looking at expenditures by type. We are a people business, which means we provide day-to-day services to the community. So we have over 370 employees, which means a significant portion of our cost is programmed for salaries and benefits. That's approximately 24% of our total expenditures. We also depend heavily on our partners in the community to assist with their services and providing supplies, which keeps business moving forward. That's approximately 33% of our expenditures represent professional services that we contract, and 5% for supplies. Transfers out, as I mentioned, that's directly offset with transfers in, and that facilitates the movement of resources between funds. Intergovernmental charges are approximately 4% and provide the appropriations to support internal service funds and the services they provide citywide to all departments. And then lastly, the other smaller categories, capital debt and utilities, make up the remaining amounts. So at this time, we will move into the CIP programs. I'd like to introduce Christopher Bolt, our Public Works and Utilities Director.
Thank you very much, Corey, and good evening, Mayor and council members and community. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about an unprecedented program that we're undertaking here at the city. Quite excited to share some of the details and highlights of our program. So we, as you know, are a full-service city, and we have so many elements that we cover. safety, buildings and facilities, parks and open spaces, transportation and infrastructure, Vision Zero, active transportation, the airport, marina, transit, GIS, asset management, parks, recreation, trails, green infrastructure, energy conservation, water distribution, conservation, and wastewater, and the list goes on and on. Makes it an exciting place to work. So our CIP table of contents lists 108 projects in the full document, 109 if you include the general plan, and that's split into 9 or 10 categories, including the general plan. Our airport has 7 projects, facilities 16, parks 11, public works 24, recycled water 5, surface water 5, transit 4, wastewater 17, water 19, and of course our general plan. Next slide, please. So our projects are not listed in any particular order this evening, and nor are they in the booklet, the budget book. With over 100 projects and a small but mighty staff, we are working very hard to move our projects forward as expeditiously as we can to meet our community's needs. Some of our projects are very complex with many moving pieces, and we're blessed to have a talented, brilliant, and passionate team. This last year has included a lot of growth with the addition of 9 new team members on our engineering CIP team, and the total team size is 14 members. 2 of those were promoted within. So with 14 total members and 11 new people, that's an 80% new people in new roles ratio, which is remarkable. So we continue to build capacity. We continue to grow and onboard these individuals, and frankly, they're doing a remarkable job. So prioritizing our projects is challenging, as you can see on this slide. One key metric we do look at also as we build our team is the project manager workload. A rule of thumb is 3 to 4 projects per person, maybe 7 max, depending on complexity. And some of our projects, project managers and engineers have over 20 projects. So we're definitely needing additional folks, and you'll hear more about that this evening. Next slide, please. This pie chart, and you'll see many this evening, represents our funding uses or expenditures. $89 million, just over $89 million. Public Works represents, our capital projects there represent 20%. Water distribution is 18%. Wastewater and sewer collections, 18%. And so on and so forth. Those are just some of the major highlights as you can see how things are divvied up. Next slide, please. This pie graph represents our funding sources, also matching the $89+ million. Water and sewer revenues, wastewater and sewer revenues represent 31% or $27.5 million of that. Other major chunks of this pie chart are water revenues at $7.5 million, 8%. Measure U bonds are 15% or $13.1 million. Impact fees at 7% and grants at 16%. Remarkably, last year grants were only 3% at only $2 million. This year they're up to $14.25 million, which shows some of the a lot of the success the city's had in garnering outside funding sources. Next slide, please. Now we go through each of the divisions that I recounted earlier and just share some highlighted projects with you. All of the details, of course, contained in the budget book. Safety zone improvements by drainage channel. Here we highlight just 5 of our 7 airport projects, representing a $500,000 budget. Taxiway A rehabilitation is on the docket in design phase. The airport emergency power project is in its planning phase. South Taxi Lane B rehabilitation is in its design phase, and our airport fuel facility improvements are in planning and design. Next slide, please. This just shows some representative photographs of some of the projects we just listed. Next slide, please. Thank you. City facilities, a little over a $10 million overall budget. Our first slide here represents some of the planning and design phase projects. Our seismic analysis assessment, which is ongoing, our emergency power feasibility study, emergency power at City Hall and the police headquarters, very important project, citywide facilities audit, our fire station, 4, public safety building, our fire reserve apparatus storage and security gate project, and our police department facility remodel are all moving along. Next slide, please. Design and construction phase for these projects. Here we feature 7 of them. Our community center, this project is advertised to prevent water intrusion for gutter replacement on a large roof and so forth. Very important project that we've been trying to move for some time, and happy to report that we are pushing forward. EV chargers, our City Hall West Wing, our City Hall East Wing, and our Public Works offices. With the additional people and so forth, there are needs for security upgrades and additional office space. Within the, we're basically reworking the interior. HVAC and energy efficiency is important, and library facility enhancements and expansion, also very important. Here are some photos. Highlights of some of our most critical and compelling projects: EV chargers, the police station remodel, and the emergency generators. It's always lovely to look at generators, but for some of our staff, it's a woeful reminder that we need to make some upgrades to these facilities. Next slide shows our library enhancement expansion, kind of highlights the existing facility, HVAC and energy efficiency upgrades, and our West Wing remodeling and permit center. And with that, I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Brian to discuss our public safety center, our fire station.
Thank you, Christopher. Wanted to touch on a number of projects here for a moment. Excuse me. And I know that we talked about these a bit when we were discussing the council's top 10 goals. We do have a site analysis and needs assessment currently ongoing for a new fire station and other public safety improvements, which Christopher mentioned briefly. We have an upgrade project for all 3 of our existing fire stations, looking at some remodels and renovations there. We have seismic retrofits that are needed at all of our existing stations. And we also are doing a full needs analysis for our departments, both police and fire, to analyze their future needs. And some of those needs and considerations are that none of the stations were built with a diverse workforce in mind. We have staffing and equipment space issues at many or all of the stations. I mentioned the seismic retrofits. And we also have challenges, as was recently borne out in our CPSM study that looked at our operations within our department in terms of locations of our stations and the response times to get across town in a timely manner. And so within the CIP, there are several projects, as I mentioned. There's the new fire station, estimated at about $27 million, and that is partially funded by bond issuance as well as some facility impact fees. But we are completing that study right now for all of those projects that I just mentioned, and that will be coming forward. We're hoping to council within the next month. So you'll be seeing a lot more detail in terms of what some of those recommendations are. We're happy to share more at that time when we get to bring that study forward in more of a workshop format. So variety of projects going on. They'll be moving at different speeds depending on the complexity of them, but we're excited to really start implementing some of these improvements at our various public safety facilities.
Am I back on? Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Drew Halter, our Director of Parks and Recreation, to discuss our $10.4 million in parks projects.
Make some adjustments here. Thank you, Christopher. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community. It's my privilege to present an overview of the parks-related capital projects and what staff feel really represents a significant and balanced array of investments that will address both long deferred projects, but also bring forth new opportunities for our community to gather, recreate here locally. So as Christopher mentioned, overall, we have $10.4 million being recommended for capital investments this coming year. And I'm going to walk us through the next couple of slides that show a high-level view of a few of these projects I'd like to particularly highlight, and then be available to answer any questions. So for this slide in particular, I want to call to your attention some significant investments in the new skate park design and construction project we're now termed the Lucchese Skate Park Project. If you all remember, the city has partnered with Grindline Inc. with the goal to ultimately build a skate park between 20 and 23,000 square foot in 2 construction phases. For this year's budget, staff is recommending an additional $650,000 in funds, which when combined with the existing project funds brings this project to just over $1 million. With this investment, we'd be committing to delivering a comprehensive design, including 2 phases of construction with 100% funds to build phase 1 in the range of a 10,000 to 13,000 square foot park, and working with project stakeholders and community partners to help identify future funds for additional phase 2. Also on this slide, I want to put your attention to the swim center pool replastering project, or replastering project. The swim center remains one of the few outdoor 50-meter pools in the county and is heavily used by our community. It's a local gem for aquatics classes, recreational swim, competitions, and lessons. The large pool is in heavily needed replastering, and staff is recommending that $291,000 be allocated from revenues collected primarily through Measure M, the Parks measure we'll be talking about in a minute, to put forth this much needed work. So we're excited to move forward with that. Next slide, please. This slide goes over a few other really important projects. I want to call your attention to the Petaluma Community Baseball Field at the top here. As you all remember, Petaluma broke ground on this construction project this year, which we're incredibly excited about. Petaluma has long considered itself a baseball town, which is evident by the fact that we have 3 individual little leagues for a city our size, and nearly a dozen of these little league fields, which they rely on. Once the Little League members term out past 12 years old, 13 and up, they have no dedicated fields regulation size, and this project would change that. So at this point, construction is 60% completed and was designed to be completed in phasing. As we near completion of phase 1, there are some essential amenities that remain unfunded. At the top of the list of priorities to accommodate local and regional games is field lighting. As players age, a majority of the games move to evening hours, and additional funds are recommended in this year's budget, which would be used to leverage grant opportunities and expand existing fundraising efforts currently underway with groups like the Leghorns, the American Legion's baseball group, that's going to help deliver field lighting, and with excess funds going towards installing grandstand seating and et cetera. Also on this screen, I want to call some attention to the Schollenberger Amphitheater and Kiosk Improvement Project. This is one that has been on the books for several years. We're excited to move this forward. Funding primarily was received through grants from the California State Parks and in close coordination with the Petaluma's Wetlands Alliance. The project is designed to construct an outdoor educational amphitheater and host environmental stewardship education programs, speakership series, as well as install some educational kiosks and interpretive signage within the park. As design nears completion, project estimates have been updated, and staff is recommending an additional $35,000 to help move this project across the finish line and deliver some climate-friendly materials and design elements when possible. Next slide, please. For the next several slides, we're going to provide a high-level overview. This is a visual representation of some of the projects that I just reviewed, and really it's important to show, again, hit on that theme of having a well-balanced budget, parks projects that we're really excited about. Next slide, please. We're going to spend a few minutes going through our our Sonoma County voter-approved Parks Measure M dedicated sales tax revenue that was passed by the Sonoma County voters in 2018, as it particularly relates to parks and capital improvement investments. While, as you see in a few slides, there is a balanced array of investments with Measure M, we do focus a lot on the capital portion of the projects, so those have been highlighted. Now, it's important to remember, since its passing in 2018, the city dedicated much of the 2019-2020 year almost exclusively to engaging with the community and establishing some of those categorized priorities of investment. Now, we review projects, initiatives annually through the budget process, but this slide is really intended to represent that we are constantly engaging, refining, retooling each one of these initiatives as it relates to Measure M, and really using that sales tax measure as a leverage to go out and find other sources of revenue, which we've been very successful at doing. So there are these criteria of prioritized categories of investment. We'll be talking about it in a moment. There's also staff is involved with the Citizen Oversight Committee, which we attend quarterly meetings, report out, and not just for compliance that our expenditures align with the intended use of the measure, but it's really a place for us to coordinate with other regions and jurisdictions, because this measure is really about Parks for All, and we and our projects here in Petaluma benefit from that coordinated and regional approach to park spending. Next slide, please. This is a overview of really the result of that initial year of community engagement. What that gave us through community surveys, workshops, community meetings, a dozen discussions, is a fine-tuned 7 kind of categories of these prioritized investments. They're not related specific to Measure M, but they're often used during those conversations as it relates to Measure M. So now as different grants become available or projects coordination become opportunities, we look at these kind of 7 buckets of prioritizing investment and making sure that we're delivering on those commitments to our community, as this is what they want us to see. Now, regardless of a project or initiative, we're always taking into consideration those lenses of safety, maintenance, and the environment. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown as it exists in the budget book before you. We went through the majority of that spending in the slides prior, which all live in the capital improvement project section. The parks maintenance really includes a full-time maintenance worker and 2 seasonal workers, which we've been able to fortunately renew each year through Measure M. And this has been critical for us to not just weather the storm of the last few years, pun intended, but also allow us some consistency to come out of that and really be aggressive in our spring maintenance practices. And then there's money that's set aside for kind of repairs and services, contracts, et cetera, as we can kind of stay nimble within our parks and make those investments. But overall, a very exciting total of $959,000 recommended for this year's Measure M. Thank you. I'll hand it back to Christopher.
Thank you, Drew. One of the projects you saw listed in the parks budget was dredging. And just a quick overview. We'll pause on this slide and talk about this for just a moment because it is so important for our community. As you know, we recently dredged the Turning Basin and a portion of the marina, a critical portion of the marina, because of some leftover materials from the 2020 dredge. The federal channel, I know it may be hard to see on this map, is the responsibility of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The marina is not considered part of the federal channel. I think many of us know that, that's fully the city's responsibility. We have recently submitted an appropriation request for $2 million in funding for this, and the good news is that is advancing forward. So we're definitely keeping fingers crossed, waiting to hear if we can get funding for dredging the marina, which is also very important for us. We did receive confirmation, and I verified once again just today, that we do in fact have funding in the President's proposed fiscal year 24 budget for dredging the channel. And I quote the representative from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers here, and he gave me permission to do so, that it is guaranteed funding on which that they are committing their project delivery team resources. So although things can happen, it looks like a very good news for us. Our plan B, should funding not come through, would of course be to explore public-private partnership options that has been talked about, and we would definitely embark upon that again if money is not appropriated in the Corps' budget. The proposed CIP budget for the channel dredging does reflect a city dredging project in fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27 that is partially funded for $2 million. That would not be enough money to fully dredge to the 100-foot width and the depth that we want. However, it would be a possibility to at least keep the channel open. We do like to dredge on a targeted 5-year cycle, preferably. So we will continue, of course, working with the Corps of Engineers to make sure that we stay on the radar and that it remains an important project for them. And I'm happy to say that they are delighted to be working with us on that project. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Here we have a very ambitious Public Works project section, which contains 24 projects in total. And we have projects in various phases. You can see them all listed here. There's quite a bit to cover. I want to highlight the First and F Street Bridge replacement, first and foremost. You'll see that it says Phase 2. The bridge itself was Phase 1, and that is open, thankfully, and the project went well. Phase 2, as it turns out, is an ADA accessibility and pedestrian safety and accessibility enhancement for active transportation that helps the sidewalk on the water side of that structure. So that is in design phase right now. We did explore a change order with the contractor, but the pricing was not favorable and scheduling was also a problem. So we chose to create a new CIP project for that work. Just going up one notch to the Caulfield Bridge Crosstown Connector, I just want to highlight that you'll be seeing soon, next Monday, a proposal for a design contract. We have selected a firm and we are making a recommendation to you for award of the full design of the project to take it all the way to shovel readiness, including permit acquisition. So that would be a 2-3 year project process with construction in the out years. But we're excited to be moving that project along expeditiously. Many other projects are listed here, which we'll be touching on momentarily. Next slide, please. Design construction. We have our perennial downtown ADA improvements, very important. Pavement restoration and reconstruction, which is an ambitious and aggressive program. We'll be talking more about that momentarily. Of course, you know that North McDowell Boulevard Complete Streets is in process right now, with completion slated for this fall. And pedestrian improvements citywide. Traffic signal improvements, very important project that we love to see each year. Streetlight repairs, traffic calming and greenways is very active right now. D Street improvements, and our pedestrian bridge renovations project. Certainly a lot happening, and we're very excited about this. Next slide. Safe Streets Division 0. It goes without saying that safety is our top priority. Safe streets are our top priority without question. And with all of our projects, we strive to incorporate active transportation elements, bicycle, pedestrian, and other modes of micromobility within every single project. In fact, we've added stages to our design process to just pause and take a good look to make sure we're incorporating those things. And we also have added additional public outreach. So you'll be seeing notices for public informational meetings quite often, as well as empowering PBAC and other committees to provide input on our projects. We're driving towards our goal of achieving a safe transportation system that is accessible to all ages, all physical abilities, all modes, walking, running, strollers, wheelchairs, bicycles, e-bikes, etc., while also integrating community needs and deferred maintenance that we're all well aware of. Next slide, please. This is one of our favorite slides. Really shows some of the progress we're making. We definitely want to get our traffic circle finished up. We're talking about ideas for the infill of that, but we're happy to have completed the hardening. And then you'll see a new intersection striping in the top right for Windsor, where residents actually requested a stop sign. And we went to the next level, and feeling that stop sign was not the best solution, we incorporated a variety of improvements, of which this is just one little snippet. Next slide, please. So in making our streets accessible, this map here reflects one element of our ADA work citywide. And you can see scattered in some portions of the map some of the ongoing projects like North McDowell, Garfield Drive, Petaluma Boulevard South, Maria Drive, Lynch Creek Trail, etc. Safety and accessibility, once again, I'll just restate it, is very important for all of our paving projects, and we take time to really consider what we can do with each and every project. Next slide, please. This essentially zooms in on the downtown area and shows our focus on accessibility. We are on pace as part of a 10-year project to make improvements in the downtown area. And as the slide shows, we're over 70% of the issues are addressed to date, and we're now in the 7th year of the 10-year program. So that's right on pace. There are definitely more challenging projects remaining, curb ramps and cross slopes and passive travel, which really, you'd think it's just a sidewalk, but it really takes a lot of rocket science and design to get the grades to work, to get drainage to work, to make sure you incorporate safety elements and so forth. This project is ongoing and is generally incorporated with other capital projects as we complete the work. Next slide, please. So Measure U has been very instrumental in our ability to accomplish all of the capital work, much of the capital work that we see here this evening. Past spending has been about $2 to $3 million per year in pavement improvements, but going forward, it was more than 3 times the previous annual spending. You can see here a list of fiscal years 23 through 26 and the dollar amounts being invested. Pavement preservation has been a priority, and there are a few maps coming forth here to kind of show the painting of the city, essentially, as we color code the streets that have been improved. And there are approximately 50 road miles completed to date. Much of our future focus is going to be on reconstructing streets. So you have seen those contracts coming forward like North McDowell, Garfield, and there will be others because we are accomplishing quite a bit in the preservation arena, and it's important to move in the reconstruction rehabilitation direction. Next slide, please. So this slide furthers the prior point about pavement preservation by discussing approximately $12 million of investment planned for fiscal year 24 on pavement reconstruction or rehabilitation. That includes North McDowell and 5.5 miles of collector streets that are larger and higher volumes. We definitely are prioritizing per the items listed here. We'll talk a little bit more about prioritization and project selection here momentarily. But areas near schools and parks are definitely high priority, and opportunities for incorporating active transportation are extremely important to us, as we've said before. Next slide, please. Here are the maps that we've prepared. They definitely appear better in person on a computer screen where you can zoom in. There's a story to tell here, and there are 4 maps in sequence. This map demonstrates fiscal years 21-22, kind of the Charles Dickens fashion, the past, but this is when we began our aggressive preservation efforts. So you can see the coloring of the streets in this exhibit. And if you advance to the next slide, you'll see some infill of a new green color. And if you continue, now we shift gears towards reconstruction projects with additional coloration, where we preserved 3+ miles this last fiscal year on preservation type projects, and approximately 3 miles are proposed for fiscal year 24 here in the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. Now you see the 3 red circles where we talk about collector roadways that provide safe access to schools and parks that are the current focus of some of the projects coming forward. The aggregate effect since 2021 is the 50 plus miles estimated that we've discussed. And there are $30+ million of projects in our current design pipeline, representing about 10.3 miles of additional street improvements. And council will have a chance, as well as the community, to weigh in on that. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Next slide, please. Our pavement preservation and reconstruction citywide is shown here in a pie graph. You can see that over $40 million is invested at a minimum over the next 5 years through fiscal years 27, 28. And there are some sizable investments with one of the CIP projects called pavement restoration. There's $26 million there. And North McDowell, of course, is a large chunk at a price tag of between $12 and $14 million through its completion. Several other projects are included in our budget, proposed budget, which will improve pavement conditions, and that should help move our average pavement condition index upwards from the current value between 42 and 45. As you know, it's a 0 to 100 ranking, 100 being a new street, 0 being a failed street. So we definitely want to move the needle. That is a difficult needle to move because it is a 3-year moving average. So when you do a few new streets, it doesn't exactly take you up a notch. It's a 3-year chunk. It takes the old rankings from 3 or 4 years ago to fall off in addition to the new ones to help the needle move. So it can actually take a couple, 3 years to really see that improve. Next slide, please. So I want to highlight something that our staff has been working on, and that is our 5-year plan, which is it's in analysis and development. We are actually using new software models. We're trying to use StreetSaver, take it to a whole new advanced level to assist. But there are many challenges with this, and the next slide goes into it a little deeper. But in project selection, framework, and analysis, if we just put on our theory hat for a minute and think of all the things that you have to consider in choosing which street to do when. If you had all the money in the world, you might just do everything all at once, right? But when you have a water utility or a sewer line that needs to be replaced, it's obviously important to look at the street improvements in conjunction with that and time it and synchronize it accordingly. Also, if you have a lot of accidents on a street or traffic calming, you definitely want to prioritize that project. It's not so simple to do with spreadsheets and pencil and paper. So we are looking at an asset management software program that will take us to the next level. And we're hoping to roll that out here in the coming fiscal year so that our staff can start to basically be using filters of information and data to set those criteria. And then maps would be generated showing what projects should be prioritized. We'll definitely bring this plan back to council for presentation and guidance in the future as soon as we can. And this image here is just a draft showing some of the potential street projects that we are considering and evaluating at this time. Next slide, please. So this slide is both loved and hated. I think loved by me and hated by most others, but it's basically a representation of what goes on in the typical engineer's mind or a team's minds collectively when we sit down and try to evaluate what projects do we do, what projects do we recommend to council. So at the very top, if we just work our way down, is safety. Project needs to address safety for all users. And you can look at that through many lenses, including the local road safety plan, of course, safe routes to school, traffic calming, active transportation needs, and so forth. Then you go to the next layer. Maintenance needs. How much are we spending? We had a street recently that we needed to prioritize pavement just because we're spending so much money patching it. You're throwing good money after bad. Utility coordination, I've already talked about that. If water services need to be replaced and so forth, it becomes a filter, essentially, in the system I'm talking about. Treatment costs. How much will that street cost? You can spend all your money on one area or spread it out and preserve other areas. The road classification, arterial, collectorate, so forth, and the pavement condition index. You don't necessarily want to go for your 0s to 10s wholeheartedly, or you're going to waste all your money on just a couple miles. You have to balance that. So then you go and do available budgets and grants. If money becomes available, obviously, that project becomes a priority so that we can use and leverage any outside funds. And then basically with all those thought clouds comes to the center, which is the proposed project list. So that is in fact the essence of what we're working on with a 5-year street improvement plan. And that will be forthcoming. And you can see all the different thought clouds there. One of the most important is council input, of course, right there, right, feeding into that, along with all the other elements that we're talking about this evening, including climate action. Next slide, please. One very important and new project for us this year is the downtown beautification and public restrooms. This would provide clean and safe, walkable downtown trash receptacles, street furniture, bike racks, tree wells and trees, street lamps, and so forth. And it would install a prefabricated public restroom. Explore most viable location for these. Of course, one of the most important considerations with this is the ongoing maintenance and cleaning of such a facility and downtown in general, but those discussions would be ongoing. We have set aside for beautification $265,000 and for the public restroom $463,000. Thank you. Next slide. My favorite project. The trestle, as we know, is a gem in the heart of our community. And the fiscal year 23-24 has a proposed $1.265 million budget for the project. That is the proposed expenditures. However, and by the way, we have $7.9 million planned for the subsequent fiscal year for construction, hopefully. That's what we're shooting for. But funding sources to pay for the actual expenses we incur have yet to be determined. So that's an ongoing challenge until grant funding can be secured. So this is a top 10 priority, as you all know. It's definitely one of our top priorities as a staff, and it's part of our Spaces and Places That Inspire, Work Plan Item 145. So revitalizing this structure will bring new energy to downtown Petaluma, as you know. The structure is not owned by the city. I just need to remind, mostly for the benefit of our community members who are listening this evening, the structure itself is owned by SMART. The lands underneath are California State Lands Commission. And whenever the structure changes ownership or changes uses, that lease needs to be renegotiated. So there's definitely a process. So at this point in time, with SMART owning the structure, it's very important to understand what we have, what they have, essentially. One of the models of ownership is that they'll give it to the city for $1. Do we want it? What is it? How much life is left in it? As much as we love it, what's going to be involved in restoring it? There's so many questions to be answered. As many of you know, there is a plan set from 2013 that was funded by a coastal commission grant, and we have that on the shelf. But things have changed in 10 years. The structure has deteriorated a little bit further, maybe a lot further. We don't know. We are hopeful that the superstructure timber is in great shape. At least a first look by engineers and scientists gave us hope. The piling is, of course, a major concern. The other thing that's changed are building codes. The seismic requirements have shifted, no pun intended. But there is a need for dusting off and improving the design documents that we have. And if we were to bid it with those plans, it would be a very conservative design, a very expensive design and project. So our goal here, literally on May 22nd, we have a troop of 6 to 7 timber scientists and their technicians coming to crawl all around the trestle on May 22nd, the whole week. And they'll be working underneath, above, beside, basically scoring and serial numbering every single piece of timber in the structure and taking samples to take back to labs and evaluate. I want to grade the species, grade its condition, And like I told you, when they visited in December to get a good look at this, to plan the logistics and see what's all involved, they were very impressed with the condition of the 100-year-old timber in the top part of the structure. So that was promising. That was kind of a go, no-go decision point. So we decided to go ahead and talk about next steps, and that has brought us to this point today. And we are still, we're very close now to getting the necessary permits from SMART as the owners. They have to let us have permission, let our scientists have permission to access the structure. I do want to express a heartfelt thank you to SMART for removing the plywood. In December, it was very hard for them to see what's going on underneath, and they actually remarked as they peeled up some of the plywood that it was trapping moisture and actually causing accelerated deterioration potentially of some of the timber members. So we're delighted that it's now gone. It looks a little better, which I like a lot. You can really, from an engineer's heart, see the structural elements a little better and get a little sun on all the timber members prior to this important work coming up. So, as I said earlier, we are moving swiftly towards making this project shovel-ready in fiscal year 24-25. So this year is, after completion of the assessment, is going through design plans and getting regulatory permits. So it's literally ready to bid. And that will be a powerful statement to any granting agency, because that's our problem right now. If we give you money now, how close are you to building it? And we're at least a year away at this moment. So we want to get closer. There is one important graphic here in the lower left that highlights the 3 critical and compelling items, why we are where we are. Technical is very important, and these are all interrelated, which is why we created this graphic in a circle. Evaluating the current structure's condition is very important, knowing more about its regulatory issues and so forth. And then you get into the ownership arena. It's kind of a hot potato game. Depends what the technical issues are, right? And the assessment. And then the third one is obviously the funding. And they all require one another to actually move this project forward. Lastly, I'll just say that staff continues to seek grant funding opportunities and kind of tee us up for applications with federal appropriation requests. Last year, we submitted a sizable request. This year, we submitted an open-ended state appropriations request, and conversations with staff were very positive, so we're hopeful. And then we continue conversations with Coastal Conservancy and the Coastal Commission for potential assistance with additional funding. Lastly, we are working with the Petaluma Women's Club to support their fundraising efforts for the project. It's very important that we partner with our community members. Thank you. That's a nutshell of a very, very important project with a lot of complexities, and just want you to know we're taking this very seriously. Thank you. Next slide, please. Utility projects. Here we highlight out of a $12.9 million, this is recycled water, and we'll go through water as well as wastewater. And for the sake of time, I will just kind of brush over some of these projects. Very important projects. There's a lot of rocket science work in each of these projects, and they're in various stages of planning, design, or construction, as you see listed in the table. Tertiary filtration system expansion, very important to increasing our ability to produce more recycled water. Recycled water system, agricultural turnout and meter replacements. We do have an aging recycled water distribution system that does require some maintenance and upgrades now. An expansion for the agricultural users, the Adobe Lakeville area. Grant funding has been secured for some of these projects, and we have been extremely successful in that vein. Recycled water expansion system for the urban area, the Maria Loop we call it, and then the park irrigation conversions as well. Next slide, please. Here's some photos of our, again, near and dear to the engineer's heart, the pumps, the purple pumps in particular. And then you see here a photo of our Alice treatment facility and then some of the facilities that need upgrades and improved in the lower left. Next slide. Utility projects related to surface water. $4.9 million is proposed for these 5 projects, as highlighted here. And in the center, you'll see Wilson Stormwater Pump Station upgrades. As you know, that is our one remaining stormwater pump station that is 3 decades old now and requiring upgrades and replacement. We've already upgraded the other 2 stations, major stations, so we're happy to have that in our capital program. And lastly, I'll just point out the Corona Creek flood reduction and habitat enhancement. That project is in its planning stages, but we've had meetings with the City of Sonoma and other representatives to partner on an Environmental Protection Agency grant program for such projects. So everybody's projects coming together enhances our scoring and so forth, so we're trying to strategize for a collective application as a group. Next slide, please. Here are some photos of some of the work that we've done on the top right. The photo in the lower center is actually the interior of the Wilson Street pump station. Those pumps are natural gas. One of the questions raised recently was about resiliency for power failures, and that's one reason years ago they would use natural gas as a fuel source for diesel engines in this case. They are in good maintained condition right now. We have had those engines all serviced, and so it can function until we get the capital project designed and out to bid. Next slide, please. Our transit projects are highlighted here. Transit Administration Building roof overlay, bus stops and improvements are very important throughout the community in various areas. And then, of course, we have an important yard gate automation and transit facility electrification being one of our most important projects as we gear up for having an electrified bus vehicle fleet. Next slide shows a couple photos of a new electric bus. The TIRSIP grant, which we'll be considering the agreement for on Monday night this next week, would allow for the purchase of an electric bus, our very first, and then bus station upgrades, very important to enhancing transit users. So wastewater. Here you just see a list of projects. I won't go into detail on these. They're all very important. There is a master planning effort for our collection system, as well as a master planning for our water distribution system. Next slide, please. Eight projects highlighted here. The PIPS force main replacement will be one that I would like to point out as very important, and the high capacity pump replacements is tied with that. As you may or may not know, the city's wastewater, when you flush your toilet, basically goes down, eventually winds its way to the PIPS station, where it's pumped through a force main, a very large force main, to the Ellis Creek facility. So it's a critical piece of infrastructure, and its upgrades and replacement combined with a redundant force main in case there were ever an issue with the current single force main is what this project is all about. So we're moving that forward here with the hopes of constructing as soon as possible in the next 2 to 3 years. This shows some of the photos of the things underground that happen, and there's a lot happening there, a lot of rocket science involved. Thank you. So our water projects here, well construction is very important as part of our drought resiliency efforts, and water main replacement at Payren and Madison, Howard, and various other locations. Hardened tank recoating is also very important. Our tanks are aging and require a lot of work. And we'll be discussing that as part of our utility rate study as to the funds necessary to complete that work, to have a resilient and robust water system to serve our public with safe water and with emergency resilient services, particularly fire. Next slide shows our SCADA upgrades, Oak Hill Tank, which is in its planning stages right now. That's been pushed out in timing, basically to allow for more critical projects to happen more quickly. You've heard about our advanced metering infrastructure project, which we'll be happy to roll out here in the coming year. And then an exciting little project here is the bulk potable recycled water filling stations, which will be automated and computer controlled. There are often concerns of water theft, and right now it's kind of an antiquated system of padlocks and meters and so forth. And so this would virtually eliminate the need for all that work. Next slide, please. So this is just an image that may be familiar from the AMI presentation. It shows the exciting work to come on that, along with our tanks and some of the underground work. And we can go to the next slide, please. Our water service replacements program is a little bit of an unsung hero. We have 6,000 water services in our community that need replacement. As you see in the bullet point there, the polybutylene pipe that was used for water services from 1970 to the mid-1990s across the United States, they're prone to failure. So it's not something we want, particularly in the heat of a drought, to have happen. So we've completed about 2,500 of those replacements to date, slight uptick from last year by about 200 plus services. So we're making progress, and we need continued funds to keep those replacements happening. And that is an example of how we prioritize street projects. And sometimes why we have to halt a street project is if we discover after evaluation internally that water services are that older type that need replaced. And with that, it brings us to capital improvement Q&A. But I would like to just say in closing that CIP project development throughout my 30-plus year career is a lot like farming and gardening, and I'm a farm kid. So just like we're tending to the crops, planting the seeds, water, sun, fertilizer, and so forth, to grow a team of engineers and project managers to move projects along takes a lot of effort. And the team themselves work very hard in the garden, so to speak, moving projects forward. And when you finally see the crops and realize and the sunshine is upon the new flowers and so forth, it's a happy moment, and it's what we're all striving for. So I just want to point out that while measuring dollars spent is one way to look at CIP project measurement, but one thing we are exploring is the use of a new measure, which we might characterize as project momentum. So if it's in the throes of design and we're waiting on a permit, the momentum is there, the project is moving, but you're not going to see the checks cut because it hasn't been bid, but the project is ready. So we're working on performance measures, key performance indicators, and so forth, because we do acknowledge you need more information. Our community needs more information as to the status of projects. So in tandem with building a team to keep the projects moving, I want to just communicate to you this evening that we do pledge to get these performance metrics built out and make them available to you all on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a fabulous and broad-reaching presentation covering every different part of the city. It's truly amazing how many things the city functions and serves. I did want to personally point out, touch on a few subjects in the budget here, kind of as an overview before anything detailed on projects. And I think the question I'm going to end up asking Christopher, our Public Works Director, Christopher Bold, is are we committed to spending the $89 million of capital projects this year? And, you know, I think we're making a contract with the public to deliver that many projects, and that meant dollar value of projects. And I think the question is, if we aren't committing to deliver that, should we revise? But I want to set some context for that before I actually ask that question. I need a little time to think here. I know that this year we bump up to a $339 million total city budget, and of that, the 288 is in revenue. So we're pulling $50 million out of our reserves theoretically to to get us this big number so we can really get some good works done. The revenue itself is only 200 million. The difference between 200 and 288 is internal transfer operations. And every year we show that we pull down the fund balances. The money we have in the bank at the beginning of the year is less at the end of the year. And in 21, we showed we had 135 in the bank and we'd finished with 123. But when we finished the accounting for the year, the next year's beginning balance was 20-some million more. We started with 154 that year. We promised we down to 145. And then we weren't at 145, we were 167. Every year we have more money in the bank at the beginning of the year than we did the year before. And I think that's a problem. And with us at 177 in the bank, currently proposing to finish at 162, and I'm total support of pulling down fund balances. If the pattern remains, we will soon have as much in the bank as our entire revenue stream. And so I think at some point, that's a problem. Certainly money in the bank is good for operating reserves and projects that are multi-year, things like that. That's all. So the 200 in the bank is not really what's available to us. I get that. But there's some big number that remains in the bank, and we want to draw it down. We don't want it to go up. So of the 89 million, what's really going to happen this year?
Mayor, I'd just like to clarify that 89 million is over 5 years. It's a 5-year CIP.
I think the 5-year CIP is, let's just flip to that page, because I would love to be, using the same numbers, all of us. The 5-year CIP, I think, is 400 million.
But the 89 is over, I don't believe it's over just this fiscal, or over this next fiscal year. But we don't.
That's the fiscal 23-24 CIP budget.
But a lot of it is undetermined.
It's,
That's what I'm saying. It's not.
Yep.
It's not money in the bank that we currently have. A lot of that is unfunded.
Yeah.
Right, and that
Right.
goes to the question of what is a budget? The second question I have. So I guess the answer to the first one is we're not really intending to do the capital budget for this year, or we just don't know where the money for this year comes from yet.
Well, I think that, we're really clear in the budget what we have funding for and what we don't have funding for. So it's not money just sitting in the bank. We're trying to leverage that money for grants, for other opportunities, but
I think I can get corroboration. The money in the bank currently is the fund balance that I stated. So the 89 might not all be transferred in and dedicated yet, but the 89 is what's in the budget for this year's capital plan.
Corey, do you want to walk through the capital?
The distinction between
Funding
funded
sources.
and unfunded?
Yeah.
Because my question is, if it's unfunded and we don't really have an identifier for it, it's not really what we intend to do this year. Unless, in most years, we don't go back and correct for all of the undetermined. There's a source called undetermined in the budget, and it's substantial, and it's a real concern on a whole bunch of levels. But we showing, what is the term? It's not encumbrance, it's expenditure, the other word for expenditure, appropriations. The appropriations column is a commitment for 89 million. The source is unidentified. Some might come through. But, for instance, on the trestle project, the public is very concerned that we said we'd spend $1 million in this past year, but the undetermined shows we don't have it to spend. And so so which one are we committing? Are we committing to do the project as the appropriation we say, or only to the level where we have determined funds? And going further, I would love us to remove the determined category and say, if it's undetermined, it's unfunded, it ain't in the budget.
If I may, there is value in showing a project such as the trestle as being unfunded, undetermined. When we're writing grant applications, that's a powerful motivator, Brownie Point scoring criteria because it's adopted, it's endorsed by the community and the council as a need, as a high priority. And so when we show that shortfall, and maybe there's other matching dollars there, that's the justification / documentation that we need to really enhance our ability to get grants. So there is value with many projects in showing the need and listing it as
I think for
aspirational
public
as it may be.
transparency and communication, there's also value in not showing an expenditure, an appropriation that we can't make or aren't really committed to spending then. You know, we have many of these. And do you want to weigh in?
I just wanted to say the undetermined category is really representative of not only what Chris just mentioned, but it could be grants that we've already applied for, but we have not received a commitment from whatever grant agency that we applied from. And it could also be perhaps there's known donations that are coming in, but we have not, received confirmation yet. So it's really projects that we feel are important to include in the CIP for a variety of reasons, and that the funding is in a pending status. So that's full disclosure of where we are by project, and it means sometimes that the funding shows is undetermined.
No budget would be complete without extensive footnotes. There's a lot of moving parts but again, it comes back to, is it our intention to spend $89 million? In looking at past years, we haven't made our goal, and it's been through some of the toughest times that we've seen as a city, and in a super growth period where our ambition is really strong, and we're doing great stuff as a city. We're really hitting it on all channels, and we have money in the bank to not only do all the great social programs we're pushing forward, but for capital. And in the one area that is, shall we say, not meeting its budget level is capital. All of our operating staff, and we'll come into this later, programs are doing great on every front. But we need to set expectations to the public of whether we do intend to hit the 89 million, or can we push it off? I mean, and I'm the guy who says, let's fund it and let's build it, not do less, have less ambition. I think more ambition is where we're headed. I mean, certainly I hear this all the time with roads, that people are saying, the potholes in this town are the same as always, and you're thinking, but we're pushing money in this. We have the ability to push more, achieve more, and so are we going to commit to the 89 million, or are there hurdles that you need council support to clear? Why do we have an 89 million if we're without a plan to achieve it, basically? What's the plan to achieve 89 million?
Plan to achieve.
I'll just add a couple of things, if I may. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the plan to achieve is sitting in front of you. This is our capital improvement program that we are committed to doing. And again, it's a myriad of revenue sources that we're trying to, we are also anticipating impact fees to come in, but if certain developments don't happen, we won't get those impact fees. So it's all reliant on those revenue sources. So is our intention to do it? Absolutely. Will it turn out that way? It remains to be seen.
Right.
I would say our enterprise, our water utility, and our recycled water is pretty set. But some of the other projects, Trussell isn't ours, so we're going to have our own challenges with that one. Sure. But there are other projects that I would just say that we're working really hard to get appropriations for and grants. So our intention, this is our program.
And we've had this conversation for a couple of years because it's so hard to ramp up capital projects year over year.
And that's the other thing, is that staffing. We've spent the last year, as you well know, we were 16% 2008 staffing levels in 2019. And so we've hired we've doubled our staff in Public Works. So to get everybody ramped up, and we had one project manager when you got here. So
I think we're making all the right moves and committing to the right dollar value.
Yep.
But what we have here, this document, is the 30,000-foot elevation as noted. And I'm asking Christopher if he can show me the milestone when the projects will bid, will deliver to people, And most of what we see seems like multi-year, not delivered in this year. I mean, not many. There are projects in here that have future year costs looking like they're in this year's budget. And that would be bad budgeting. You know, we're portending one thing, and you know, our end of year books will look different on a thing we know about, that we won't get the construction funding this year. And encumbrances aside, you know, I don't want to go all wonky as the project manager here, but you know, encumbrances aside, if we let a contract put all the money in this year, that's great, that's a win. But or don't, either way. But it would be great to show the milestones of each of these things. And I think we're only talking about projects that are, you know, over $1 million. There's a lot of $100,000 projects. And we need to talk about the big items, the PIPs. You know, I mean, it shows in here for multi-million. That's not really going to occur this year. You know, others that are intentionally out. Go ahead. I'm sorry, there's still a question on the table.
Oh, thank you. Three things I'll add to the conversation. Much like with investments, I would say in this case, humbly I submit this, that past performance is not a predictor of future performance in this case. Why? When I arrived as your public works director 18 months ago, plus I guess another month or so, we had 5 engineering, 1 project manager, I think 2 senior civils, maybe 3, so 5 people. Now we're up to 14. And plus we have an engineering CIP manager and we have an administrative manager. So that's just a huge pump of energy. There's a whole new movement forward of projects. So what does that create? That creates, back to my gardening, farming metaphor, we are busy cultivating right now, and projects like North McDowell, $14 million. I mean, you'd see not much, just $100,000 here and there for a design, et cetera, and then boom, by the end of this year, a lot of money is out. That's kind of the nature of AMI, $7 million, boom. PIPs, 20 to 30 million. Of course, that's going to be spread out a little bit, and it's being timed carefully with funding, with the enterprise fund. Caulfield is a future example. You know, we're going to have a $30+ million project, maybe up to 40 million, depending how the design shakes out and what future construction costs are. There's a lot of gardening happening, and then boom, all out the door. And Ellis, a lot of the projects that we didn't really go into detail on tonight, those are multi-million-dollar projects, each one, that are moving, that the design is faithfully coming to the point of bidding and construction. So I agree that an analysis is needed, and you need to drive your car with the dashboard working. You need to know how we're doing. We hear you. We're actually working on that. We have a software called Procore that we're implementing. It's very sophisticated. Not a lot of cities use this. So we're taking a quantum leap forward with state-of-the-art measurement tools and techniques to help our engineering CIP team know and understand where we are. And we want you as council to know and understand where we are as well.
I appreciate that. And I think that the early good planning on all projects is what gives you confidence to say what you're really going to spend this year. So most projects should start in their 1 year as a planning and, you know, clearing permit and pre-design and things like this, so that you have confidence when you spend. So I guess my remaining question is, are we going to get 89 million done? I mean, last year we were at 70, budget 37 actual, and that's because we didn't have the staffing to do it. But now that we're hitting on all this, and we pushed up our ambition on things, and we've got a couple of designs in the can that we can roll out, will we hit the 89 million?
If we get the funding, I think that's.
And there's where we want to help you assign more of the fund balance load, and that'll have to be another discussion another time, to add the fund balance, because I'd hate for us to say we have money in the bank, but it was lack of putting it into projects that stalled a project. There are tricky projects out there that you're going to have a devil of a time getting done. Mm-hmm. But for anything that can be done, for the Caulfield active transportation project, where we know we have an encumbrance for it, that one, I mean, if anything goes sideways, you can throw Caulfield up into this year, because, you know, it's a quick achievable project rather than. except that so many of these have high public participation. So when I ask you for bid dates or, or contract award dates, does it factor in the public process? And, that kind of thinking before putting the budget down of 89 million is so critical, right? So
We did put a lot of thought into this. This all began back in October, November. A lot of meetings with our team. I couldn't be more proud of the team we have, the depth of thinking, the collective intelligence, frankly, the brilliance of this team, the passion, the dedication. We here in Petaluma are super blessed to have such a great team. And now we have a much bigger team. Not big enough, not quite, but we're getting there. And in the proposed budget later, we'll be talking about some of the additional staff that will help move these along a little further. But I'm optimistic personally, and I agree that we need to quantify this and give you metrics to understand it, because I need it. I'm held accountable for the execution of what we're proposing this evening, and I want to make sure that I understand it in working with our team. And I know they want to understand it too. We're all on the same page.
I love that you've been able to recruit the staff, and I love that you have the optimism, and I really love that you say that you're accountable, because that's kind of where I want to see this go. Is we have to be accountable to achieve for the public what we're, the measure you money, everything else. So thank you. That was a very long question. I'd like to invite other council to join in who would like to lead off. Councilmember Shribs.
First, when I worked in the corporate world and they was put together, they said the first thing you have to do is, before you do anything, you have to have a plan. And with a plan, you can actually move forward. And I think this is a phenomenal plan to move forward with a huge agenda on it. So, yeah, we may not be able to accomplish all of it in this year, but at least we've got a plan to stepwise. And one of the things I asked in earlier questions when I sent an email in was able to get, I think what you're referring to is like, and I call it an A list, B list. So A list is the list of things that are going to happen this year that we already have funded. A B list that is, okay, that probably going to happen, but it may not be this year, it might be next year, but probably. And maybe a C list saying of those things that are sort of like a wish list of where we're going to go and where we're going to really fight to go get the money to do these things. But by knowing an A, B, C level, however you want to rate that, if we have that as all these projects as to, and where the priorities are going to be for staff working on right now versus at the continuous efforts, that helped clear up which projects are in the A list, B list, C list type situation as part of the plan. Because otherwise it's real confusing as to which projects here are moving forward and which ones are going to be on hold a little bit to take for time for funding. So that's one of the recommendations to help maybe resolve, I think, what we're talking about here. I'll go to maybe a simple question next, and then I have a larger question. In there, we have lift stations that are listed in there, but you never describe what the actual lift station actually does. So I just want to make sure I think I know what the lift station does, but I just want to be clear what it actually is that we're doing there. Because there's several of them in there and the projects and they're falling apart, and there's huge infrastructure that's happening in the water and the underground. I know PG&E's got underground parts, and we have internet underground parts, but our water is our responsibility, both the water coming in and the water leaving every household. And these pipes are aging tremendously. So just a quick question. What is a lift station, by the way, what we're working on?
Sure. That's vernacular for basically hydraulics in the world of engineering, where we all know that water flows downhill freely, right? So if a pipe is slanted ever so slightly downhill, flush your toilet. It could be stormwater as well in a different pipe system, storm system, it'll flow downhill. Oftentimes, though, you got to get over a hill. So a lift station is basically a well in the ground where it can flow downhill to it, kind of fall into the well, and then there are pumps and electricity required to lift the energy, essentially, and force it through a pipe up over the next hill. So in our case, we have to pump at PIPS all of the city, essentially, at least the western part of the city and pretty much all the city. We have to lift it, and that's a pressure flow. So force main is the term used, which is distinguished from a gravity flow sewer.
Right. And is that, we're talking about sewer lines, or we're talking about fresh water going out, or we're talking about sewer lines coming in?
Fresh water is always under pressure.
water,
So
yeah.
those are always force mains, but
force
we just call them water mains. And we
Okay.
want to have, that 40, 50 plus pounds per square inch of pressure minimum. So we have, up in the hills of the community especially, we have pressure reducing valves, because if you store the water way up high, down at the bottom, you could blow out faucets, cause leaking and all kinds of things. So you actually have to reduce pressure in various zones throughout the city. So it's a complicated network that our team takes care of and manages.
Yeah. I was going to say how complicated your job of maintaining just the water flow in and out is very complex, and a lot of it's underground, and we have to work on that. Okay, takes that one. I think what the mayor was talking about is differences in what we're seeing in some of the monies in, monies out. So on a couple of pages, like on page 28, there's estimated revenues of 288 million. And estimated appropriations of 337, which is $50 million difference. And that sort of appears in a couple of places where money's in, money's out. And I think that's what we were talking about is that difference. And that we don't have all the money that we want for this budget. But we're talking about 89 million over there. There's a $50 million here. And it's like, okay, it's not clear where the money is, what money we actually have expecting coming in. And the money expecting coming in, we start with a budget of 23 coming in of 242, and then of 24 is 337, which is a $95 million increase in 1 year, which is like 25% of increase in a budget in 1 year, which is pretty substantial. So it's like, do we really have that much money coming in? Are we expecting that much money coming in? And then how are we going to spend it? So that was a little confusion on my part when I was going through all the numbers, which explains a little bit about what was said earlier about, this is what we would like to do, but this is what we can do versus what we'd like to do. And that's what's not real clear in this budget of what we are going to do, what we can do, and what we want to do. And that's what made a little confusion on my part throughout the whole thing here, because we're looking at all these many items. So I just want to make sure if you could explain that a little bit as these different numbers.
I'll defer to Corey on this.
Sure, I can take that. So I'm going to start with just on the CIP again. So for 23-24, our budget is roughly 89 million. Of that 89 million, all of the projects are funded with the exception of 7.5 million. So I just wanted to start with that. The 7.5 million is the undetermined portion. And that's a handful of projects. The majority of projects that are in the 23-24 budget have funding already set aside for them. And so the way that it works from year to year is we do have capital reserves in our utility funds. And the majority of the large change from year to year is directly related to the capital improvement program. And so in the fiscal year 23, our CIP budget was around 70 million. Every year at mid-year, we come back to council. We say, this is where it looks like we're at. Due to these reasons, we're going to go ahead and adjust our CIP to what we think it will be. We reduce it, and then we evaluate what our CIP plan looks like, not only in the upcoming budget cycle, but out into the next 4 or 5 years. And that could result in these big changes depending upon how project expenditures fall. So that is the reason why you see big swings and the drawdown of capital reserves.
Okay, so we got the CIP, which you said is a 7 million difference in that we can maybe find funding from other places to get that done. But we're seeing a $50 million difference between expenditures and budget. So it's not the CIP programs, it's other things, it's operations or budget for salaries that where the differences are occurring?
That is related to the CIP. So, and like I said, the majority of it is related to our utility CIP program, because that's where a lot of our large projects are. And so every year we program revenues coming in, our operating revenues coming in. But there could be times when our capital project expenditures in that year exceed our revenues in that 1 year. But every single year, our operating revenues incorporate a capital component. And that capital component goes into the fund balance and builds over years so that we can then afford to spend it whenever the capital program moves forward. And so that's why you see that $50 million. We're bringing in revenues, but we're also drawing down on some of those reserves that have been building up over a little bit of time directly related to capital projects.
Okay, good. So that's where the 50 million is with the capital that we have. That's the difference in expenditures and the revenues and changes. So that 50 million is mostly these capitals that, as you said, drawing down the money and coming in. That's why they're so different. So that I'm looking at, normally you see a balance sheet equal number on expenses and what money coming in, money going out. And I don't see that balance here. So that explains that a little bit. Thank you. The only other question I have, you had on the Corona Creek and habitat that you were working on there. Is that just the portion right next to Highway, the 101 crossing and overpass, or is that up the entire creek? I wasn't quite sure from the description in that one, where that was located and if that's tied into the possible pedestrian walkway and bikeway, and with the looking at the that overpass, whether or not we can modify it to get better traffic across and multimodal. So is this part of that package, or is this a whole separate different thing that's going up to the hills?
That's a great question. And if it's all right, I'd like to phone a friend and have Gina Benedetti-Petnick, the assistant director. I believe she's on Zoom. She's been closest to this project. She can speak to the project scope. Gina, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks,
Gina. Christopher. And thank you for the question, Councilmember Shribs. The Corona Creek restoration is a project is both, it's a project that we hope will serve many masters. So we're looking for flood mitigation and habitat restoration. And then to the extent that we can create and enhance public access to the creek and incorporate educational programming, we want to achieve those things as well. This is a brainchild project that is in its nascent stages. We initially applied for funding with City of Sonoma and 2 other partners last year, 2, maybe 3 other partners, and we weren't successful and have are looking at enhancing and adjusting and working on how we characterize the project and how we formulate it so that we can leverage the best grant opportunities on this. So it's morphing as we speak, but the intent was to go all the way out to, I want to say Sonoma Mountain Parkway, and then west to perhaps all the way to 101. And those were the extents that we initially were looking at. I think I'll also be working a little bit with, and hopefully a lot with, Zone 2A, so our Sonoma County Water Agency watershed Zone 2A, I think will be interested in working on this project with us. And we're at this point, just starting to formulate what is the best project and what do our potential funders want to see in a project and what's attractive, and so that we can maximize the work we do here. So it's early on, and the limits even of the project could still shift, and some of the elements of the project. For instance, if for state funding, this project needs to be very heavily weighted to habitat restoration, and for Zone 2A funding, it will need to be, flood mitigation and really a surface water flood centric improvement as well. So we're working on all those things right now.
So just to recap, the project is very early in its planning phases, and in our conference call recently, discussing it with EPA representatives, it's not far enough along to score well. potentially. So we have more design feasibility work to do so that we can package it better and define the project, its limits, its scope, per what Gina has described.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I'm in several watershed meetings, and this is the first time I've heard about this project. So,
Right.
so it's good to get a little more information on it, that it is early and going forward. But I'd like to get more engaged with it if I can. So I'll for later. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's it.
This
I'll
would-
pass the mic back to the mayor.
Thank you. Who has a further question? Anyone? Councilmember Barnacle.
Just a few questions. On the pavement management plan, do we have a timing for when we think we'll see an update to that?
The 5-year plan
Yeah.
that we discussed. We're in the throes of training one of our engineers on the advanced level of the software. We expect, late this summer to have that ready for presentation. Sooner the better, in our opinion, and I'm sure in yours as well. We definitely want to have it by the next budget cycle. So our goal is to, heading into the fall, have it cemented and informing what we do for future CIPs.
Great. And that'll fit in well with the bike ped plan and the completion of that too. So that's great news. And then on the LED streetlights, I noticed that only 10% of the project cost is covered by the on-bill financing program. I'm just wondering why we're not using the on-bill financing program for more of the LED streetlight work.
I can have Jeff Stutzman address it, or if you'd like to, Corey, either way.
I don't know much about it, but I do know that there was some requirements that need to be met. And I think when we applied, that was the maximum that they would approve. But the project manager would probably be better might know more details.
Absolutely. Okay. Jeff, are you there? He's here in person. Yay. I'm so used to being on Zoom, Jeff. Glad you're here.
You're welcome.
You bet.
Thank you. I think it's really comes down to what Corey said about the type of work and the funding. The majority of the work in that is repairs, so it's not related to retrofitting the existing ones like we did before, but repairing a lot of the power issues that we have. So we've gone through maintenance-wise, repair these, but now we're at those bigger ones where it's power issues and we have to do like direct bores, which are much more costly. So that's what this one is addressing, is just those big power issues related to streetlights. So we can really finalize that streetlight project.
Awesome. That makes sense. And then the final question on the...
I'm sorry, excuse me, could I just add one detail to that, if I may? So the project has been on our books for some time, and it was initially, I think, brought into our CIP program when we received an initial one-time allocation from PG&E of $250,000. And that was for a massive citywide streetlight LED retrofit program. And that main portion of that program funded from that allocation, I believe has been completed now for a few years. And then we still have the ability to do, we have the need to do some other exterior light retrofits at parks and parking lots and walkways. And so we're sort of rounding out the program. But the bulk of that program was funded from that PG&E financing and spent that way.
Great, thanks. And then the final question on the swim center, can't remember the term, plastering or something. I've heard some of the parents there talk about the locker rooms might need to be upgraded, and I'm just wondering if we have any plans to include the locker room updates as well.
Thank you for the question. What we have in this year's budget is a little money set aside for hopefully to begin that facility assessment process. We're hearing the same concerns. We do have an antiquated facility and locker room. So we're hoping to get started on that project before the swim center replastering, but it isn't included in the scope within that project. It exists in the current year's budget. Yep.
May I ask for clarification that the budget for the swim center is $450,000 this year?
the budget book in front of me. I'm going to look at Isabel, but I believe that sounds right. And I think 291 of which would be a transfer from Parks Measure M, and that leaves us with some money that remains undetermined. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the 291 was an estimate. There was an original engineer's estimate for replastering several weeks back. So that was engineer's best guess at what that replastering would cost. And then there's some buffers there for unknowns, which always come up.
And you have $1 million for the following year for construction, I guess. Is that when, for the swim center?
That's correct.
And the thought there is, again, we know there'll be upgrades that we are looking for outside of that to include the larger facilities. The boilers are we know that are going to be needing of repair, and we're going through exercises to get to what those assessments would be to electrify, things like that. So we know that plastering is what's critical to keep the pool open and operating, but we know there's a lot of need there that we can leverage.
Just want to compliment Parks on getting 108% of their capital budget spent this year. So, go team.
Well, you can't take all the credit. It is a teamwork of the engineers at PW as well. So thank you.
You're welcome, Drew.
Yeah.
Councilwoman now.
Thank you. I had to laugh because you have this thought cloud and council input. I'm like, oh, is that my wish list? And I would love to see a pedestrian corral on McDowell improvements, because people walking from Lagunitas to, is it Hen House on the other side? It is so dangerous. And I don't know how, I'm like, if I could have a wish list of what I wanted for safety on McDowell, that would be so important. There's 2 on Washington Street. I'm not sure what paid for those. So it's almost better than a lighted crosswalk, because you get to the middle of the road and you're pedestrian safe.
Are you formally submitting your thought cloud?
That's my thought cloud.
So I would like to defer to Ken. Ken, come on up, because we do have a lot of exciting safety and pedestrian enhancements as part of the North McDowell project. You're going to hear about those here in June. We're preparing a presentation and wrapping up some analysis. Even though the contract was awarded, we committed to coming back to council with those upgrades. So we've done a lot of analysis and modeling, and we have some exciting things to share. Ken, do you want to comment on our pedestrian enhancements there?
Yes, so Councilmember, now we have what's referred to as Z crossings, like you've seen up by the airport on Washington. We're putting in 3 of those. I've spent enough time at the Petaluma Health Center observing the traffic getting off, pedestrian traffic getting off transit, trying to cross. I tried to cross with a high-vis vest and was astonished, how tough it is. And so we're going to be doing it at Sunrise, at the Petaluma Health Center, and at Hen House Lagunitas. And we're looking at a more substantive signalization system that would actually put a stop condition on it. We're going to start with the RRFBs, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, but we're going to look at going to a more, even safer mode on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, on the other end of McDowell, we have a roundabout, which is great, but there's not a crosswalk to the firehouse from my street, Berrydale. And there was already a skateboarder casualty. It wasn't at that intersection, but I'm just, how do you ask, and where would we put it in the budget for, because it's going to take a traffic study?
We like to have good sound data and to understand, the situation. We work with PD to understand the crash collision statistics, and certainly I will take note of that, and we can look at moving, an item. I may need to send you an email just to get all the specifics of it, but that's kind of something we do a lot of. So
I've just noticed people dashing across the street. There's no crosswalk. the only time I've ever used it personally is when we were voting in person at the fire station, and I would have to cross that along with all my neighbors. So I was just thinking that there's crosswalks at the other fire stations because they're kind of on the corner, but that's in the middle of the roadway. And could we have some safety enhancement there?
I just, sometimes people think you put a crosswalk in, you're gonna make it safer. It needs careful evaluation and planning. We don't want to put, appurtenances in the public right of way that are not consistent, follow the street and highway code, MUTCD. It needs to be done in a very thoughtful manner. So, and I'm not saying you can't do it, but it just,
No, and I just know that you might have the budget for a traffic analysis at that area. I just wanted to put it out there.
Okay, thank you.
It's my thought bubble, or my thought cloud.
I've
Okay.
recorded your thought cloud, and the first thing Ken has to do is personally go walk it and test it and check it out. So
I'll meet you at the
Here we
end
do
of the
that.
street with my dog. Okay, pedestrian corral, back to the trestle. Because of the ownership, we don't own it. I'm sure that our city attorney is gonna have to get involved. Do we have to budget that into what our costs are to? No, he's shaking his head. Because there's probably hours and hours of legal things that have to go on with SMART and the State Lands Commission, no?
Just briefly, one of the virtues of having in-house legal counsel is that the issue is our prioritization, not the cost necessarily, because here we are looking for problems to try to solve. So if the timing is such that we get to work on those challenges for the trestle, then we'll be working on those challenges for the trestle, and that's why we talk about those big projects in our regular meetings so we can stay synchronized about that.
So how do we direct you to write some letters to?
Well, these are things that are not, one of the things I like to share with all the council members is you get to prioritize, that's your prerogative. But this, I was just looking at our charter requirements where it talks about our budgeting process. And it talks about how what we're presenting to you is a tentative budget which shall contain an estimate of the probable expenditures of the city government for the next ensuing fiscal year. And the structure is such that we provide the budget based on the council's approved budget of the probable expenditures for the coming fiscal year. Then the council adopts its appropriation ordinances. We can only spend the money that's been budgeted and appropriated. So one of the reasons why I would offer to you that first of all, it's an estimated, it's an estimate of the cost, but one of the reasons I would offer why it's strategically advisable to be a little bit optimistic in the estimate is because we cannot spend money that we haven't budgeted and appropriated. And even though Peggy has already mentioned, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with the fact that we do updates to the appropriations ordinance and the budget itself over the course of the year, we still have to be within the envelope of what's approved and appropriated. And the other thing I want to note is that because this is an estimating process, and because the delivery of public works projects, especially major ones, is incredibly complex, especially on this scale, especially with a staff this small. What we propose and estimate and what results may be dissimilar. And that's why it's important to be able to program in other projects. That's why we have contingency budgets. For something like the trestle, just the timetable of getting before state lands, once we know what we're trying to bring before them, that in itself is a 6-month process. If there's disputes with a contractor or weather delays or unforeseen, Petaluma's a 19th century city, as we all know. If you remember back to when the theater district project was done, there was so many surprises underground that we found. So there's a lot of moving pieces. I think part of the importance of this program, besides the council's and the public's careful deliberation on it in the first place, is updates on how things are actually going as we go, so that we're maximizing the project delivery, doing it wisely, taking advantage of opportunities, stretching the dollars, but you know, even bolstering our staff, our bolstered staff, thanks to Measure U and the public's supporting of Measure U. There's still a lot of consultants that help expand the bandwidth, but they all have to be managed, and it's finite. There's a finite amount that we can do, but that we have to do strategically and effectively, because if it's not, you know, mess ups in the public works realm are really costly, can be really costly. So, and that includes the planning stages, not just the delivery stages. That's why we have to be so careful with something like the trestle. So I just am trying to suggest that this is a great and important discussion. There's some significant imprecision and uncertainty built into it. And sort of that's why our subsequent communications and updates become so important, I think. And it's just, I think it's helpful to recognize that's part of what we're dealing with. I don't mean that as an excuse. I've been doing this a long time. I've worked on these projects, resolved them. You may, some of you may recall some of the issues we had with contract disputes related to Ellis when it was first delivered. That was the city's, you know, most costly to date public works project. Now, if I'm in the background, I'm doing some homework too and reviewing some of the draft rate studies, and you know, it looks like we're getting ready to spend more on the plant to upgrade it than it originally cost. So those are big things that take these planning rubrics and project management rubrics and budgeting rubrics to make happen at all. And there's still contingencies that happen, and it's our job to keep the council and the public updated about those and pivot well to manage those. So, thanks.
Thank you for that explanation. I knew that the city attorney would have a lot to say about that. Moving to downtown, we have two new under the capital improvement plan budget by project, and it is the downtown beautification and downtown public restrooms, which we heard about. In the downtown beautification, is that also part of PDA and the BID? Does it also include the parking garage, lighting, street cleanup, or sidewalk cleanup, graffiti? What is that? What's in that bubble of beautification?
I'll yield to Corey to help explain, but some of those costs you listed are operational versus the actual capital investment of buying the things and building the restroom and so forth. So I don't know if you want to add more.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to speak to this project, so perhaps, I'm not sure if there's anyone else that wants to jump in, a project manager that might know more.
Thanks, Ingrid. You're on my team now?
Well, I think I helped put together that particular project.
Go ahead.
And I don't think that the budget is completely nailed down, but the idea was to have a set aside for a variety of the projects that have been coming up so that we could take a look at putting together a package that also could be leveraged with downtown tourism funds and potentially other layered funds that we might put together. So we've been working with Marie and the Downtown Association to identify the best use of those funds and how to prioritize those.
And we've also
That
applied
helps.
for a Cal Recycle grant to replace all the trash cans, so we have a multi-stream. So you know how our containers are always overflowing, and it's got everything in there, so we're working on a Cal Recycle grant
Right,
for
there's
that.
been some looking at the trash cans, but also the lighting projects that Marie has been interested, as well as some cleaning up of tree grates, et cetera. So we wanted to have an opportunity to kind of take a look at that holistically, work with the Downtown Association, prioritize those, look where we could leverage and put that together.
One of the things the merchants and customers that are patronizing the downtown at night, they would like to see lights in those trees, but there's no electrical. And so
Correct.
I thought, well, I know there's solar LED lighting. Can we look into that? Or are they not?
There's a lot of opportunities and challenges around lighting. We've spent years kind of looking at different options, but the goal is to be able to identify a lighting option that works, that makes it so that they are safe and they are not vandalized and they meet height requirements for crossing the road and meet electrical requirements. So that is the goal. And that's why the budget isn't completely fine-tuned, because we don't have the design yet. But the goal was to be able to sit down and prioritize design and see how we wanted to move forward.
Okay, the other thing the merchants have expressed an interest is having their sidewalks cleaned before they arrive from the night before's activities downtown, having those, because they don't have hoses. They don't have water spigots in front of their storefronts. And if there is something to clean up, they don't have the means to do it. And I'm going to date myself, but in the 70s, we had someone doing sidewalk cleanup before the merchants arrived. So
But did we have redevelopment then? Because I would just say that,
we
probably had
we did.
redevelopment then.
he always likes to remind me of that.
The other funding,
Probably pre-Prop 13.
the other funding
yeah.
source that
Yeah.
isn't adequate is the bid fee. The bid fee that everybody pays
Right,
should.
that's why I asked if it was
The
also
bid fee should ideally pay for that, but it's.
It pays for some. The sidewalk cleaning is relatively expensive because you have to bring in certain kind of cleaners that can capture the water so it's not going down the storm drain and polluting the storm drain. And also, I think that might fall into a maintenance category, so it probably won't come out of the CIP, but I do know that, and Marie, we have been working with Marie to identify maintenance funds as well for supporting not only the downtown, but also the area near the SMART station where the Downtown Association is and those bathrooms. So we are working with Marie and local merchants and their teams to prioritize, define the best projects, leverage those funds, work together and get something in place. But that is the purpose of that CIP program.
Thank you. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
It's fun to have so many subject matter experts in the House. Councilwoman Cater Thompson.
Well, I actually think this budget was easy to read. It had all the information in there that I was looking for. And whenever I look at this city, I don't look above, I look what's below the asphalt, because there's a whole city below. And so a lot of these projects are just, it's basic maintenance. It's been not done because the city had no money. And so I do thank the public for supporting Measure U. I support, it just made our city float. But I want to talk about just a few things that are important to me that I would like to have a discussion about, which is the quick fill versus the complete streets. I kind of have a different opinion on that. And I believe that ADA is very important, and it doesn't matter if it's on the east or west side. We know why the west side got all their ADA, because they were sued and they had 10 years to do it. And that was why. And I don't think that's a good way of having to get important street improvements done. And whether it's a quick fill or a complete street, we need to look at ADA every single time, and especially on the arterial streets. And when Karen was talking about McDowell, I'd like to see the entire roadway actually evaluated, not just certain areas that people say this area is where we want to crosswalk. We need to look at the bigger picture. Right now we have people in big trucks with wide tires and really loud mufflers. And on these arterials, they are going from where I live in about 2 seconds to about 60 miles an hour going north. And this is happening all the time. And you're hearing about this from people in the rural area. It is a big, big problem. And I think we need to look at really traffic calming to prevent those types of irresponsible people. And so I'd like to just look at the bigger picture every single time and not come back with a quick fill that does not include ADA curb cuts and crossings. And I rather see that in a budget and have to extend it another year to make sure a project is done correct and that is really for the benefit of the public. So that's, ADA is very important to me, and I think that we need to really focus on that. I think as far as the Corona Creek, that was kind of interesting when I was reading about that, because the good news is at SCTA today, I thought there was 250,000, but I think it's 300,000 to evaluate 2 of the crosstown connectors, Corona, and also the off Mackenzie, which is the overcrossing, public pedestrian overcrossing going to the Target site. And so, you know, sometimes we want these projects to be completed, but you have to go through a whole process of getting the money and then having a plan and then getting the money, but then you have to make the real plan. And I just appreciate that we actually have staff for the first time in a long, long time. And I think that if a project is lagging behind for some reason, we just want to know about it. I think that's important. When I think of McDowell North, I was at the mobile home park the other day talking with Nancy Mosk, and those curb cuts are there because staff actually went out and talked with members of the community and a hammer. Please get this done. And it's going to be a huge difference, but then you still have a big lag on McDowell that does not have the curb cuts. And so I like to see things completed, not just one section. And I think we're going in the right direction. And so I'm actually pretty pleased with this budget. And this is like one of those documents that I probably will keep this thing, because if I need to review, then I can go back and review before I write staff and ask a question. And so I think it was a very valuable document, and I thank everybody for it. And I do make sure I don't have anything else. So a lot of my questions were actually answered, or they were asked by other council members. And I would like kind of an update on the Corona Creek also, just to understand it a little bit more as that comes along. You don't have to do it now, but there's, as information comes, I'd like to see a map to actually see exactly what we're talking about. I think I understand it,
Sure.
but I'm not 100% sure.
Did you say Corona Creek, or do you mean the Corona Crossing, the pedestrian study?
The improvements to the creek and how that intersects with the other projects.
Sure.
And how just because if you're going to do a project there, can you do another project on top of it, and how transportation, that's what I'm talking about,
Okay.
and how they both work together.
So Corona and Mackenzie crossings, the 101 crossings?
Yeah, but with the restoration improvement for the creek itself.
Okay, how they tie together?
Yeah, how they
the
tie
nexus?
together, because I'm not really sure how it all ties together, because it's not like a creek up Corona coming down, but I'd like just more information on that.
Absolutely. We'll get you an update.
Yeah, and I appreciate hearing about the dredging and also just the detail on the trestle and the complexity of it, and that we're actually moving forward. And because it's an important project also. And that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my appreciation to the staff for all the work that's involved in this. Maybe because I was an engineer for a short period, that I like to err on the side of having a little more in the reserve fund than less. I feel very good about the 2.5 years I've been on the council in terms of our finances sort of always coming out close enough for government work, if you will, to what we say they're going to be. And I'm always especially happy when we can find $1 million here or there for a a social-related program like affordable housing, or like the SAFE program, or like tiny homes. So thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle?
I answered my own question.
Okay. Councilmember Shrubs?
Just a thank you for getting the downtown beautification in as a potential project that hopefully will build even more, because I think we need to do a lot more than we have done. And just to let know, Councilwoman, now we do have Relief Petaluma is applying for a very large multi-million-dollar grant for urban trees, urban forestry, which the downtown would be included in that, actually ripping out cement and putting in trees type things. So we're in the process of writing that grant proposal. So there's opportunities here that not only can the city write the grants, but some of our nonprofits can also jump in and help out for these types of projects. Because I know I've had 2 or 3 people now ask me about beautification of the basin, of the turning basin, of vegetation, the banks and the like, and how we can revegetate that. So there's community groups that can also step in and help provide some of the funding to make that all happen. But it's definitely beautification in many ways. Definitely, at least it's on the books, and so we can appropriate monies and time and effort to make these things happen. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I had the quick questions too. So I'm looking at CIP page 9, the 5-year plan, and I'm looking at what we say we need in each fund balance for over the 5 years, and I figured out what the average we needed was in each of those, and then what we were investing this year. And the one that strikes me is Public Works, where 27 million is the average and 18 is the investment this year. And then I look at the number below. So the first question is, do we catch up in other years? Is that how that works? So we can expect a Public Works budget to catch up our 5-year level?
Corey, I'm just gonna jump in real quick and then have you answer. I think that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier about our budget, that, you know, we show 89 million and we have some monies, we're unfunded or partially funded. And so, you know, sometimes that's why the project or the CIP gets extended into the next year and the next year. And so we're seeing some catch up. And as our finance director mentioned, that we are, you know, only $7 million unfunded in this year, which is pretty significant compared to past years. So I would say that we're catching up, but Corey?
Yeah, and there's quite a few projects.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not catching up to our deficit. It's the variability between each of the 5 years. If we say our average is 27 and we're only putting in 18 this year, one of the other years has to add 9 back in to hit our 5-year running average. Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to try. So there are some very large projects in the Public Works column over the next 5 years. And if you look at the undetermined line item in the Public Works column, it's about $46 million. So there's a lot of work left to do to find funding for those projects. And that's what we'll be doing over the next 5 years to make those projects move forward. Not sure that answers your question, but.
Well, it does. I mean, I think we're not counting any future governmental grants into there that we get for road monies, things like that. I mean, so there's, but 46 of the total 77 million of undetermined is all in that one Public Works. And that's after including the $25 million bond that we have in pocket for paving. So it's really undetermined out there. My other, the next question would be on CIP 19. It's a summary of the facilities projects, and it shows the firehouse being funded for, Firehouse 4 having a fund to it, but 1, 2, and 3 as a project don't show funds to it. Aren't we accelerating the repair of those stations? Shouldn't there be a budget for that this year?
Yes, there is a CIP project that's grouped together. I believe it says fire stations 1, 2, and 3 remodels, and it's about $6 million in total over the 5-year CIP.
Right. Those are pushed out into 26, 27, but for this year, no design, no study, no, we're not moving on that this year?
No, all of the study and design that we are working on is built into the assessment project. That's the one that's funded in the current year that we're currently working on.
Very cool. Then on CIP, page 20, the budget for this is 246 and no source, not undetermined, no source. How does that work?
Which page?
CIP 20
That's the one.
and 21. There's a variety of them that have, no source of funds, not undetermined, just the budget FY 23, 24 column.
Sure. So if it's best to look at what the funding sources and the expenditures were through the end of fiscal 23. If the project has excess funding source over and above what was spent, then that's carried forward and no additional funding is needed in 24.
The estimate life-to-date column, correct?
Yep.
So it implies that at the revised budget date, first quarter data, you'll have captured all that. And so we'll look at a very different revised budget when we see the first quarter. And when do we see that revised budget?
So typically the CIP projects are thoroughly analyzed. I mean, we have one-offs that happen at first quarter, but the entire CIP is thoroughly analyzed at mid-year. So typically in February or March of every year is when we come back to council to look at revising the budgets.
So you don't make that transfer of carryover funds public until 6 months, 8 months into the budget?
So the money that is currently in this project that we're looking at right now is already in the project. So heading into 24, that specific project will have the total revenue amount that it's shown here. And we're estimating that we're only going to spend roughly a little bit less than half. And so that excess funding carries in the project. There's no additional budget adjustment that needs to occur. The funding will remain in that project until it's spent. And then when we reach the point we need additional funding, then we'll add that into the budget, the next budget cycle. Or during the year if the project changes.
So really the appropriations is what we're budgeting and not to worry too much about the source of funds because some of it sloshes forward this way.
Correct.
So I'm looking now at CIP 5, the facility, the same area, the uses and sources, and they balance on this sheet.
Yep. So that's because on the very bottom of that sheet, right below where it says total sources, you'll see prior year funds and timing. And that's the excess
That's the anticipated
funding.
carryover.
Correct.
Thank you. I think I'd like to jump to CIP 31, the library enhancement. And I sit on the library advisory board and they grill me on this. So I would love to know, we have an expense of $4 million and a fund of $3 million. Do we have all the money we need? And then second, since it doesn't show any work in 24, 25, are we doing the whole job this year?
I believe that's the plan.
We have Diane on the Zoom call. Diane, would you like to speak to that? Are we doing the project this year? What's the schedule?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the library, with the influx of grant funding, we were actually able to add a couple pieces of scope to the project. And as I understand it, last time I talked to the library, they are a little bit back to the drawing board, working with their architect to finalize the plan sets. So without better information, we've just recorded the whole budget this year. As we have a project schedule pulled together, then we can adjust the budget as needed. As soon as everything's ready to go, I know that they'd like to construct, we'd like to construct, and get everything done.
Do we have an anticipated bid date of this fiscal year?
I don't know that at this time.
Oh, thank you. The, in CIP 65, Caulfield Crosstown Connector. I think council's, excited about moving the project forward and seeing achievement. Do we have enough money in there at 300,000 to do everything we can this year? I want to give you more money.
Yeah, Bjorn is on the call, I believe, but I can address the fact that the proposal you're going to see for professional services to design is on the order of 5.3 million, and this is spread over 3 years or so. So the bottom line is that we may need a budget adjustment. It just depends on the pace of the design and what issues are encountered. So this was based a while ago on best available information, but we've developed the RFP and got the proposals in, and we're very excited that the consultants can actually move quicker than we initially thought. So this would be a good example of a budget amendment to help that happen. You actually referenced earlier, I believe, that sometimes a project could move faster, and this is actually the case in this one. Did I cover it okay, Corey? Is there anything more you want to add? Okay.
This one has a similar issue as prior where we have excess budget past year and need to carry it forward. And so I'm assuming you'll get that. But it has to cover the 341 for this year, and there's no source shown. I'm thinking quite a bit rolls forward into this year, more than shows on that summary sheet in the, your bottom line where you show the carry forwards. I can't make the math work for all the things that have carry forward.
So the funding through fiscal 23 shows 1.3 million.
Yes.
And the expenditures show 570 through the end of fiscal 23. So that difference there is rolling forward. So it's plenty to cover that 341,000 budgeted in 24.
So go spend more money. But like I say, in the summary sheet, it doesn't have 600,000 in there. So, back to CIP 9 or whatever that summary sheet is.
It would show up in the prior timing at that, the bottom section in the category for public works, capital projects.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I see a sewer job, a water job, and a paving job all listed for the same street names. Services on St. Francis, paving on St. Francis, all these. If one of those is in this year budget, and we merge all those contracts, are we getting the paving done, as part and parcel of that bid?
Sometimes it's advantageous to bid a utility project first and get that done to completion, and then bid the paving project to follow. Sometimes it's advantageous to pool it all together. Things come up, like we currently have a supply chain issue with corp stops from the water main where you connect the service. And so that has the potential, if you're in one contract, to really hold a lot of things up. So staff continuously evaluates what's most advantageous for the city.
Well, since all those have water lines on them, and assuming you're replacing the laterals, so all the paving jobs are dependent on.
We're working on solutions, possibly borrowing from neighbors / buying independently and stocking. Yeah.
I know a guy.
You know a guy?
Let's see. And regarding downtown bathroom, when the float house was approved in 2015, actually, it was required by council action to install their own bathroom at the park on the far side there on Weller. And I don't know that's happened, and I don't know why it hasn't happened, but I thought there's a synergy here of funding source or something to help with this. Can anybody tell me what happened to the float house bathroom?
I can take a stab at that. I can't speak, and I might have actually been, I should know this because I think I was on the planning commission that approved that. And I forget what the action was, if that was a conditional use permit condition? Was that, it was a planning condition, and that is true, and I do remember that. I also know that that from the very beginning, the applicant, which is a small nonprofit organization, Petaluma Small Craft Center, had taken issue with the construction of what would be a public bathroom for the city, for their small, carrying that on the back of their small project. It costs more than the rest of, or as much as the rest of their actual planned project. And so in reviewing it, I was involved early on with some of the license agreement discussions, and we were looking at the feasibility of that bathroom and perhaps some unintended consequences. I know PD had some concerns about perhaps constructing an attractive nuisance. I know Public Works was very concerned about maintenance issues, and just feasibility of maintaining a hard-built permanent bathroom and shower, which was what was initially, I think, conditioned there. And so that, coupled with the issues and concerns from the applicant, the applicant proposed an alternative bathroom restroom arrangement for patrons, and they worked with one of our local restaurants who has outside lockable private restrooms, and partnered together to make those available to the boathouse patrons. So they were satisfying all of the requirements for their project. And with the staff's concerns about feasibility of the build out of those restrooms, and basically the solution put forth, we were fine with not requiring that of that developer, that applicant. And I believe the license agreement ultimately was written such that it was not required as part of their license agreement. That's the piece that I know.
Okay, thank you.
I can speak to directly.
Councilman Pozike, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I was there for my maiden voyage out of the float house about a month ago, and I asked if there was a restroom I could use, and I was referred around to the side of taps, as the engineer just described.
Okay.
And it seemed...
No, I'm interested in downtown bathrooms, achieving downtown bathrooms. I'm concerned at a $500,000 cost. I've seen them going in other cities around. I've been helpful in the other cities' projects. But I recall this as a council action, I think September 2015, and have forwarded in requests for its for what happened there and how we made whole. And I'm glad to hear the narrative, how an alternative was found.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Just a little bit of memory on this as well. When the float house came into the city, it was a little bit of a unique situation because technically it's not located on private property and it's not on city property. It is actually on state property because it's under the jurisdiction of state lands. So my recollection is we did not do site plan and architectural review. We did not do a CUP. We did look at the design, and we did do an environmental document because state lands asked us to be the lead agency in adopting environmental clearance that then we could submit with our lease modification for state lands. So we ended up looking at the design, but I think the only thing we actually approved was the M&D and an authorization for the city manager to enter into an agreement for construction of the bathroom on Kavanaugh Landing Park. But the project in and of itself there wasn't a requirement that that project triggered building a bathroom facility on the park. And the park did, the bathroom design did include showers for the people using the docks with their boats.
Right, I was on Park and Rec at the time, and then later on planning and saw it go through.
Yeah.
And it was a very nice amenity. It will, so you just live in hope for these kinds of things. So, thank you. Other council members, Councilmember Shrib.
Okay, one of the things that I saw a little video of was that our prior Governor Schwarzenegger out there filling a pothole in front of his street because the city refused to fix this pothole for several years in a row. So where citizen action was taken in that case. I'm not sure if he got fined for his actions or not. But in the 5-year plan, and hopefully that's published on the website, that there's a 5-year plan and which streets are planned for the next 5 years. But that still leaves a lot of streets. I know in my district, my street included, it's starting to fall apart. It's the trees are starting to come up through the pavement and the roots and the like. Is there anything that the citizens on that street can either do themselves, fund themselves, or do something action different? Can they drive differently, or is there any actions we can take as individuals if we know that, okay, it's going to be at least 5 years for us, maybe 10 years, and our road's falling apart? What actions may we take, or should we take, or what do you recommend for the rest of us that are not getting our streets paved, but the streets falling apart?
I think what we'd really like is for them to contact us so that we can have a conversation, and take a look at the street, and decide on the best course of action. It may be some selective patchwork. We actually do this. I personally have gone out and met with residents and walked the street and taken a good look at it, and then consulted with our staff on options to buy a little time. So just contact us and we'll work with them.
Okay, so if anybody's interested in doing something, if they're not in the 5-year plan at this time, not budgeted, they really need to reach out and make the contact, and we will actually accommodate and take action, at least visit and look at that. So that would be the recommendations, because I know a lot of folks are listening, I know in my district going, for the complaining, this is, okay, when is my street going to get done? At least there's an opportunity for them to speak up and get listened to.
And Chris, where is that on our website? I know we do have our street paving plan on the website.
I'd like to pass that to Ken or Jeff, our paving plan for 5 years. Do you know where that's at in our website specifically?
I don't have the webpage off the top of my head, Christopher, but I believe you can, in the search bar, input pavement management or pavement plan, and it'll take you to that webpage.
Yeah, and I'll just say, Councilmember Shribs, we are updating that plan, and you will be seeing that in the coming months. So, I do want to reference, we have and this is on the website, we have $168 million of deferred maintenance. And our arterials are looking good. Our collector roadways are coming up. The local neighborhood streets are kind of a challenge, and we're focused on sort of having the biggest impact to the most people on the most important roadways. Our cul-de-sacs are important, but, we're trying to use our money wisely with it, so.
And we will be coming to council in future budget cycles to discuss other funding sources for the remainder of our roads.
Yeah, just the folks that are listening in and seeing, look at the 5-year plan, and if their road's not on, the first step, would they go through the website? Would they do a report? Would they do Engage Petaluma? How do they reach out to you to ask for help or review to make sure, see if they can get into the 5-year plan or not?
I think the answer is yes. Everything you listed would work. A phone call
Everything
would
would
work.
work, okay.
Yeah.
Just as the folks that may be feeling like they're missing out.
Sure.
Thanks.
And as I alluded to earlier, we are working on a comprehensive analysis for a new 5-year plan that looks at our financial projections and marries it with the recommended projects. So it's very important that we have a realistic picture of what lies ahead.
And
So thank you.
I'll just add, there is also a link to the 5-year plan on page CIP 55. at the bottom of the page.
Thank you for pointing that out to us, yeah. I do know that one of the achievements this year and listed in one of the departments was the Safe Street Reporting interface. And so appreciate you guys getting that done for this year as well. And then I think at this moment, we are going to go to public questions or open public comment period. And so I'd like to check with the clerk if there have been public comments tonight, prior to tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we received 42 public comments related to CIP items prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet. I'll note about 32 of those related to the trestle, including a petition with roughly 800 signatures in support of the trestle.
And quite a few to the skate park, I might
Yes, and I believe
add
there's
as
about
well.
7 to the skate park, and some others included synthetic turf, public safety, public restrooms, various other CIP items.
I have 3 in-house cards for the CIP section. I'd like to check with our Zoom audience to see where we are.
And we do have a hand raised in the Zoom audience.
Will you proceed with the announcement invitation? Thank you.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak on this item should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. And we still just have one hand raised.
Wonderful. Then with 4 cards in-house and 1 online, and we've closed the online comment, that means we can have 3 minutes for each person to speak. I'd like to invite Catherine Yates to come forward, to be followed by Rosemary Hart. Catherine, are you here? We have gone a long time. Let's start with Rosemary Hart, to be followed with Darren Recusen.
Okay. Ready, set, go. Yes, hi, I'm Rosemary Hart, and Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City staff. I want to thank you very much for considering the Trestle Rehabilitation Project. I'm here representing the Petaluma Women's Club members and the 850 people of the public that want that trestle rehabilitated. They signed our petition, and our petition asks, please take responsibility for that trestle and rehabilitate it. We saw that the budget, again this year, it's deja vu. It had $0 last year. It has $0 again this year. And let me state a couple of facts that it was deemed a highest priority by our city council, right? And in our presentation, our budget presentation last year, Christopher Bolt said safety is paramount, and paramount means highest priority above all else. Here is the sign on our trestle. It is unsafe to the public, right? So, we know that SMART owns the trestle, and so it should be their problem, but it's not their problem. It's in the heart of our downtown, and it actually could increase revenue for other projects. I thank you all for your presentations on the trestle, but really what we have is it could be SMART's money that fixes it, or it could be the city's money that fixes it, but really it's all the people's money. It's our tax money that goes to the governments that come back as grants, or it's our sales tax or our TOT tax. It's the people's money, and the people really want this project completed. By ignoring it, it's dangerous. Tom Corbett says that the pile, he greets all the boats from the yacht club. He said that the piles are moving back and forth with the tide. If they were to fall, they're going to ruin the city docks as well. So just hoping it goes away is not a good idea. We would like to see the city take the trestle ownership and rehabilitate it, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darren Recusen, to be followed by Ben Peters.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up a couple items, the first of which being synthetic turf as it relates to CIP projects. There's been watching Parks and Rec committee meetings that I know Councilmember Now sits on, and there are folks there who have been bringing forth a lot of information and really getting activated about synthetic turf. I see on the Lucchese turf replacement, it's listed as kind of a climate first project, and I anticipate that we'll be exploring options that aren't synthetic. But it kind of makes me circle back then to the Petaluma Community Baseball Field, and I think all three of those fields are planned to be synthetic. Don't know if it's too late in the game to change that. I know they're supposed to be all-season fields, but just advocating for when we can, for all the reasons that are enumerated at Parks and Rec committee meetings, that we pursue non-synthetic turf options. And then I want to advocate for more trees. You know, we at the Tree Committee had a great presentation by Ken, our traffic wizard, about complete streets and the McDowell project specifically, where he consulted with local urban designers, landscape designers, and they laid out this magnificent plan for McDowell with tree plantings, but we were at the stage where it wasn't budgeted and it's already done. So the idea was conceptually, let's move in this direction. So I want to make sure that the current budget for a lot of the paving and street projects does incorporate design stages for planting, does incorporate planting for trees, because we don't have complete streets. I think what I'm hearing from kind of the public mandate for what council has said over the past year, we don't have complete streets without sufficient tree coverage. The other thing I wanted to bring up here is I didn't see any CIP projects for the fairgrounds. Maybe it's too early to start budgeting for actual big improvement projects, but that seemed to be kind of this gaping area for me where I thought I would bet there's a lot of things that are going to happen there, but maybe it's just too early. And then another question, we're having a lot of water projects, which I think all of us love to see. I know there was a program of ongoing sewer lateral replacement in residential areas. I didn't see that in the CIP budget. That might be an admin on wastewater in the general fund, but just wondered if that's still ongoing. And I kind of have vested interest. I hope it comes to my neighborhood, but just to see if that's still ongoing. And then I also wanted to point out to the public and folks listening, you know, I think this document is very reflective of what we've seen in discourse and council decisions for the past year. One of the biggest indicators to me of that was the fact that we had this big contentious crosstown connector workshop, and sure enough, in the CIP budget, Rainier Connector is not listed. It's not sandbagged to 27-28. It's just not in there. So I think that should be a good sign to the public who really participated in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Peters, and we'll give Catherine Yates one last shout out.
Good evening, everyone. During this meeting, I had a chance to look at the budgets of Novato and Rohnert Park. So just fun facts, it looks like the operating budgets of those cities are $50 million and their CIP budgets are around $30 million. So I think we can all feel a little bit proud. We're punching above our weight here. So congratulations to everyone. One question came up on, I guess, the broad category of safe streets or traffic calming, or even a couple of the council members had questions on this topic. My understanding is we're supposed to be, per council direction, spending around $1.5 to $2 million budget annually on this topic. And in reading the budget, it seems like these things are happening, but they're sprinkled in various CIP budgets, and it would be good to just have a chapter on what we're doing for this so that it is clear and concise and we don't have to navigate the various CIP sections. I will say, on a related topic, we spent a couple years advocating on a similar topic related to climate. And now there is a great chapter on climate where it recategorizes some of the CIP projects into climate or climate first categories. You know, now there wasn't necessarily a public process or a climate commission process to agree or disagree that those projects were there, but we are at least starting out that chapter exists, and I think there's room for improvement there. On the topic of climate spending, I'll just add a couple notes. The emergency generators. So I do think we should talk with Sonoma Clean Power about emergency generators. If you ask him, he will say that the PSPS events are going to decrease in number and duration because of the fast trip technology that PG&E is already implementing. And so if the rationale for the emergency generators is for PSPS events, we may already be investing capital dollars in projects which are not necessary. Now, certainly you could argue the police station or some of these other projects might require this for reasons outside of PSPS events. But do we really need an emergency generator at the community center if there is going to be a PSPS event? And so that's just, you know, I don't want us to spend money on generators that will sit idle for 98% of their useful life. Another topic that did come up, I think we should all be proud about the number of electric vehicles that we are purchasing. I think we've made great strides there. I did see 15 police hybrid interceptors, so look forward to that one. I do think there is an opportunity to convert those from hybrid to all electric, and look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Catherine Yates would be our last speaker in-house.
Mayor, I do see she left the building.
And thank you very much. And now to our Zoom audience.
And our first speaker is Taryn Obaid. I'm going to allow you to speak. You should be able to unmute yourself and address the council.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I would really like to thank Mayor Kevin McDonald for your very focused, specific line of questioning. Very, extremely helpful to try to understand for the audience what this document is. I find it a bit confusing, and personally I'm wondering whether adding some columns to the slides to show things like carry forward, budgeted, whether it's a loan, and or whether we have the money, et cetera, something like that, that it kind of explains the rationale and the context for this money. I wasn't clear on whether it's really money that's available that we're spending or if it's loans. So that's remains a question mark for me. I really didn't get. Also, thank you to Public Works Director Christopher Bolt. Really has emerged as an excellent, transparent, explaining things, the context, the criteria for making decisions. Extremely appreciated by myself and I know other members of the community. And please, Mr. Bolt, if you wouldn't mind training everyone else at City Hall with your style. It's just excellent. Thank you. My other comment is about synthetic turf is being presented as environmentally friendly. It is not. In fact, the picture of the little girls or the children on the soccer field showed the black on the soccer field under their feet, and that is ground up, deteriorated rubber tires that off-gas carcinogens. That is not environmentally friendly. It is not safe in terms of public health. It seeps into the soil, contaminates the soil, gets into our water supply, contaminates our water supply. And the grass blades themselves, which are not made from rubber but out of plastic, are just forever chemicals. We cannot implement a 15-year-old bad idea just because we thought of it 15 years ago. Let's see, next comment would be, what was it? Pardon me. Artificial turf. What was the other one? Oh, goodness. So another thing I'd like to see is context in terms of, okay, we're Petaluma. How many acres of parkland do we have? How much budget is that per acre? How does that compare with other cities? What's the normative data there? How can we benchmark our spend versus other comparable cities so that we can really intelligently understand what we're doing and track it for effectiveness? Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment on the CIP section of the budget. I think Councilmember Barnacle, was there a comment you wanted to make here as we homestretch the CIP? So.
I have a lot more comments than I did questions.
Oh, good.
First, I want to echo what Councilmember Cater Thompson said about thanking the public for Measure U. When I first got on, I was sort of taken back by how all the veteran council members were celebrating because we weren't making cuts. And I'm reminded of that tonight as we get to celebrate the things that we're making progress on. So thank you for passing Measure U and for investing in the city. Next, I want to thank staff for putting this together. I think it's an excellent reflection of our values and our priorities. It's an extremely complicated document, and our staff have held a workshop to educate the public about it. And I just want to make note that every year or year in and year out, we receive the Government Finance Officers Association Award for our budget because of its transparency and the rigor that goes into it. So while there's a lot of questions up here, I think it speaks more to the complexity of the document and of public finance than it does to anything that our staff has done. So thank you to the staff. So I'm really excited to see the public restroom in downtown. I just on the bridges, I'd like to make sure that we learn from the First and F Street Bridge and eliminate parking from bridges going forward. The wayfinding, I have a little bit of a pet peeve with the idea of Bike Petaluma. As much as I love biking and things, I think it's a little exclusive, and I'd like to look at alternative names, Move Petaluma, Travel Petaluma, things like that, whatever it is. But I feel like Bike Petaluma is also, we have a nonprofit named Bike Petaluma, and they haven't sponsored it to my knowledge. So I'd like to, if we're going to expand our wayfinding program, to think about a more inclusive branding for that. I share Councilmember Postakay's comments about investing in social programs. Namely, I'd like to see us add tiny homes and build out our existing investments in the People's Village and in studios at Montero. I'd really like to see some proposals for more tiny homes in those areas. So McDowell, I think Councilmember Now sort of went on and on about McDowell, but I think it's all really aligned with the idea of Vision Zero as well. And that's like, when I think about Vision Zero and, I know we talked about the trestle and the safety of the trestle, but people are dying on McDowell right now. We had 2 people die on McDowell last year. It's a serious problem, and I'd like to see some looks at additional crosswalks on McDowell South if we can make that happen this year. I'm excited to see the utility underground study. I'd love to see that happen in other places, namely in our like downtown around their train station and things like that. If we can ever move that forward. To Councilmember Shrib's comments about having people take over the filling the potholes, I think what I found is it's a really unique opportunity to educate people about the poor economics of suburban development, and just explain to them why the suburbs are really a financial loser when it comes to the city, and just how much infrastructure costs we take on and liability without having the revenue or the reason to continue investing, and it's just a financial loser. I'd like to get some questions answered about synthetic fields, and if it's too late to address that over on the community sports field, I think on the fairground SIP, probably the reason why it's not in there and why there's nothing in there is because we're not allowed on the property right now, to my knowledge. So if our staff can't get on there and see what the conditions are and make plans for capital projects, we can't put them in the budget. So I think that's where we're at. I think what Mr. Peters brought up about Safe Streets budget tracking is something that I'd like to have a better picture of. If we can group projects or something like that, I'd just like to see like all that in one place, because I know it's sort of scattered in here, but it's kind of hard to see with the budget or the sort of buckshot approach of where I have to find it. And then the final thing on the trestle, I think all of us on the council want to see it move forward. We do. We can't make it happen overnight, and money is not the issue. It's the time to do the studies. And I look at this as kind of like, I hate to use this analogy because it took us 20, 30 years, but Lafferty Ranch, it's one of those things that it's just going to take dogged advocacy and continuing to stick with it and knowing that your council members are still supportive of it. But, it's going to take some time, but we are committed to it. We want to see it, we know that it's going to make our downtown more beautiful. So I really appreciate your advocacy and all the 800 people that signed the petition, but I think it's going to take some time. So appreciate your patience on that too, and continuing to participate in the process. My only concern with the budget is when I see the significant investments in facilities. We've got some old facilities, and we need to build housing. I just think that I would, when I see like the transit depot and the investment in electrification of our transit depot of like $1.7 million into those facilities, and knowing that that's like right along a transit line, and there's transit stops that are walkable distance from it. It just makes me wonder if that's the best place for a transit depot. It makes me, there's other things that I keep asking myself, and I feel like before we continue to make massive investments in infrastructure and in facilities upgrades and things like that, I'd just really like to take a step back and, maybe as part of the general plan process or something, like do like a consolidation analysis and see like, what is the actual value of our land? Because really that's where that's one of the biggest sort of areas where we're underutilizing, our resource right now, our assets. So I don't know that that's going to change anything. It's certainly not going to change any vote if there was a vote tonight, which I know there's not. But it's just the one concern that I have when I look through the budget is just, feeling like I don't know that all of our facilities where they are right now is where I would have them 50 years from now, and that's kind of where we're thinking and investing for. But thank you. This is the best budget I've read in the couple of years I've been on here, and I appreciate everybody's work that went into it, so thanks.
Mayor, can I just jump in, and I just want to respond to
Absolutely.
Councilmember Barnacle. So Councilmember Barnacle, I appreciate, we have the same concerns. We don't like to put good money into bad facilities. Where we are with our city hall and some of the areas that house staff, with the growing staff, we just had to. And kind of just want to take over our own city hall, and because we've had a lot of different users squatting here, and so kind of want to just take over city hall. So part of it is that kind of investment. The transit facility, I can talk to staff a little bit and kind of see, if that's a general plan program, or there are different facilities that we will be looking at. We will be master planning the fairgrounds, so there's some opportunity there. But we do share those same concerns, and we're not trying to put a ton of money into the facilities, just enough to make it doable for staff, and that we can accommodate our staff and the public that come here. And that's reflected in the new chairs and in the technology, so.
Awesome. There's also some interesting, I know one of the big ones is the electrification stuff. And there's some, I kind of call them grid on a skid is the term that I've heard, but basically it's like chargers and inverters and everything all packaged in a container so that you can move it. Like if you decide to move it, and they just They're kind of there for like last mile trucking, where you lease a site and you don't want to invest in the infrastructure on the site. So just something to look into. I can send you some information on it if you want.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I just, I do want more information on the synthetic fields turf. And is that a done deal? Otherwise, I don't have anything else to say.
Actually, I'm going to ask, can I ask Director Halter to come up and talk a little bit about what our plans are for that?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Barnacle, Cater Thompson. Happy to take that question. As you know, there is a project, a Lucchese turf field replacement project that is on hold. And what we want to do and what staff's committed to is our due diligence, do right by the community. We're here to serve, and Parks and Recreation in particular needs to represent the health and wellness of our community environment, et cetera. So what we're doing is at next week's Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission, we will be having the discussion item on the pros, the benefits, the costs, the unintended costs of moving to an all-weather turf replacement, and some of those challenges and benefits of installing and maintaining natural grass fields here in Petaluma. There's a survey out right now in our community. We're working closely with our communications team. We've done a tabling event out at Lucchese Field. This is one that really impacts so many different communities within our town. And what we're really trying to do is take a breath, move slowly at its own pace, and really do our diligence about meeting people where they are and getting people to, provide us all with the input needed to make a well-rounded project. So I really encourage participation at next week's Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission. We'll hear the item, we'll discuss it, and we'll use that input to then present updates on what the next steps are.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No? Then I too would like to thank staff for the efforts in capital, as the old engineer likes to say. There's so many good parts in here. The Trestle Fund, I would like to take its funding from undetermined into an actual funding. Last year we had undetermined, and it's council top 10 priority. I think this year I'd love to actually see the source that we fund the work we're doing from. Hopefully a grant comes in, but I'm hoping the grant's a construction grant because the design's so good. Then regarding housing, I think many of us are anxious on housing, and hopefully we're all working our networks to try and find Fed and state partners to help us build more housing. And there's some good irons in the fire on that right now. To the public's comment, I remember when the general plan was done the last time through, there were sections for what were appropriate levels of regional parks, community park, and I forget what the lesser categories into the neighborhoods are, but that was a general plan comment. So hopefully that still is as we hit the park level in the general plan. With the wayfinding, I'd be enthused if we had more wayfinding. I bet if we bounced it off the PBAC, Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, their long-term big plans are not funded yet, and so I'd love to see it get a better chance there. And then some of our active transportation, like our D Street transportation we're talking so much about, I hope it includes study of B Street as the bike route rather than, forcing confrontation on a narrower D Street. And those are really my highlights on the Capitol. I think, we're doing so very well and achieving so very much. Wait, now? Councilman Shribs.
Okay, one of the things that was not in the budgets anywhere, but there is a lot of discussion in citizenry, is about the lithium battery storage, the mega facility that not only one is being proposed to the county to put in, but now there's two large battery facilities proposed, along with 2 or 3 solar arrays over by our what's called the Lakeville substation, which is up there on Freitas Road and Adobe Road, that corner. And so, and then after researching it, it's going to take some effort on both our fire department to be prepared for that. And so there may be some specialized equipment and specialized procedures to dealing with that down the road here. There might be some other hazardous stuff that we may be concerned about. So just
I think you're moving
it's
into
nowhere
the
in here,
operational
but
budget
it's
right now.
Maybe operational type
Yeah.
thing.
Mhm.
Everything that would be in there. Okay. So that, just want to make sure that maybe preparation for that future may be in there somewhere.
Thank you, and that wraps our CIP. And before moving into operation, let's take 5 minutes and take a deep breath. So we are now at 9:04, 9:09. We will be back in session. Thank you. Thank you very much, bringing council session back into session again. And,
Mayor, can I just add one more thing about this capital improvement program? So on page, Corey, what page is that on, where folks can see the percentage of what of the funding for each project? That's pretty transparent on that page. So if you're-
CIP 1 is a
CIP.
chart by project. On the far left, it shows the percent funded for 23-24. And then right next to that, it shows the 5-year period and how much it's funded by project.
They're the green charts. Looks like this.
Thank you for that clarification. And that brings us to, are we having a discussion?
Nope.
No.
Just want to make sure folks knew.
Okay, yeah, okay. Right there. Everybody, green sheet. So that brings us to our second half of the presentation, and over to our city manager. Or not this time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Darn.
I'll bring us through the general fund budget overview. We'll start here with the discussion very high level. Fiscal 23-24 general fund revenue and expenditures are estimated at $71.9 million. That's balanced by sales tax from Measure U. Measure U funds do provide the resources to the general fund with any remaining funds held in the Measure U fund for future appropriations. Revenues equal expenditures, resulting in zero working capital fund balance at the end of fiscal year 23-24. Not shown here, but critical in the event of an emergency is $9.7 million in emergency designated reserves that are available in the event of a natural disaster, a pandemic, or a downturn in the economy. It is currently right at the 15% level of general fund operating expenditures set by council policy and will be maintained at this level into the future. So we'll start with a more in-depth discussion about general fund revenues. We have revenues at about $71.9 million for fiscal 23-24. That's about $5.2 million or 7.7% increase over the revised 22-23 revenues. The majority of the increase you can see is from the new Measure U tax coming in to support and bolster existing programs and workforce stabilization and general support for the general fund. The other increases are up just slightly and incorporate both ongoing recovery and growth into the coming year. Property taxes include about a 5% overall increase based on our information from the Sonoma County Assessor. It is including of an adjustment for the continued assessed valuation growth and also accounts for an estimated growth related to newer or current development projects. Sales tax revenues are projecting a total increase of about 3.6%. This incorporates the most recent sales tax forecast provided by the city's sales tax consultant and includes ongoing conservative to moderate growth into fiscal 23-24. We are expecting moderate growth in most sectors with the strongest growth in transportation, food products, and general retail. Other categories, such as the tax generated by online sales, continue to show increases, driven by both the recovery but also the share of the countywide pool, which is directly connected to how well our brick and mortar stores are doing in Petaluma. The nature of the economy, specifically the persistent high inflation, and workforce challenges and ongoing world events do present a concern. So we are remaining a bit conservative in our sales tax revenue forecast. Business license revenues have recovered and do show minimal growth anticipated at this time. Our property transfer tax category has shown strong growth over the past several years and is expected to somewhat flatten out into the new fiscal year. 1.4 million is included for fiscal 24, which is an increase of about 165,000 over 22-23. This increase is reflective of a strong property transfer tax base that is expected to continue in the long term. Our franchise fees are estimated to be up just slightly compared to fiscal year 23. Permits and fees are up about 41,000. That's due to increased activity coming out of the pandemic and to realign with the current trend that we see. This category includes fees collected from recreation and parks, rentals, and associated increased enrollment in various programs expected into fiscal 24. Fines and penalties are down about 20,000 to align with the historical trend that we've seen. Investment earnings and rent are expected to be up due to short-term rising interest rates. Our intergovernmental revenues are revenues coming in from other government agencies and are largely made up of the motor vehicle in lieu revenue and also includes funding from the federal intergovernmental transfer program related to medical transports. Charges for services are up and is reflective of increased intergovernmental charges that fund support departments and other internal service funds, and also included is an increase in our ambulance fees due to a rise in ambulance transports as well as the annual CPI escalator on those fees. Our TOT transfers are the same as the prior year and provide resources necessary to support costs in the general fund. Other transfers includes funds coming in for costs related to the computer-aided dispatch and ongoing maintenance at Prince Park. Measure U are funds coming into the general fund from the Measure U fund. Measure U revenues are tracked in their own separate fund and they're transferred to where the costs reside. Measure U has 4 different investment-themed categories, which we'll talk about more in a few slides. But funds coming into the general fund represent funding to allow existing operations to continue, as well as funding for workforce stabilization. This increase is based on what is needed from Measure U after all general fund revenues and expenditures are taken into consideration. The increase related to increased salary and the increase is related to increased salary and benefits, utility and intergovernmental costs, as well as a significant investment for service needs largely focused in parks maintenance. Transfers from designated reserves are down due to less coming in during fiscal year 24 to cover costs of the general plan and all weather turf replacement projects. This category is directly offset by increased expenditures, which we will discuss next. Funds in this category are generated from either one-time revenues or savings, one-time savings in the past, which were set aside for specific programs. So again, overall revenues are up about 5.2 million or 7.7% over the revised 22-23 budget. So this is a chart of the general fund revenues by type. 71.9 million. Taxes generate most of the revenues at about 49%. And if you add Measure U to it, that's 19%. So about 68% are taxes. Sales tax makes up about 42% of the overall city general fund revenues. We did have strong growth through fiscal 22, and so far this current fiscal year, we do expect a similar pattern heading into 24. Charges for services are about 13%, intergovernmental making up about 11% of revenues, and other smaller miscellaneous categories making up the remainder. Another chart, this one's specifically focused on tax revenues. The prior chart, which made up the tax section, which made up about 35.5 million of the 71.9 million general fund revenues. Sales tax is the largest revenue source, generating about 47% of the total tax revenue here. Property tax is the second largest at about 36%, and then some of the other smaller categories, property transfer tax, business license, and franchise fees making up the remaining. So now we will switch over and talk about our general fund expenditures. General fund expenditure budget is 71.9 million, an overall increase of about 5.2 million or 7.7%. The majority of the general fund budget, about 77%, supports staffing costs, which are necessary to deliver our day-to-day services to the community, and supports approximately 300 full-time and part-time positions. We do have an increase in salaries of about 2.1 million that reflect the addition of 4 general fund positions. Also included there are our negotiated cost of living adjustments and the routine step advancements. Our expected impacts from ongoing labor negotiations, slightly increased overtime. Benefits are up about 1.3 million, and that reflects increased PERS retirement rate increases, and increased health insurance, as well as employee benefit selection. Also included is workers' comp increases expected in 24. Services and supplies reflect all supplies and professional contract services that support the general fund departments and are up by about 1 million or 14.5%, and primarily reflect our increased investment, as I mentioned, in parks maintenance, and includes services such as animal grazing, gopher abatement, tree canopy preservation, weed and landscape maintenance. We also have wildfire mitigation and chipper program included. It increased parks restroom cleaning. There's also funding for record storage and scanning. Funds continue to be included for climate-related actions, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, as well as ongoing costs for communications, employee recruitment, services, and education and training. Intergovernmental charges are charges that support the cost of internal service functions, such as information technology and risk management. This category is up due to reinstatement of our risk management charges in fiscal year 24. As part of a prior year budget balancing strategy, we did eliminate that charge, but we've been slowly adding it back, which is necessary to support the cost of that service. So in the fiscal year 24 budget, that's fully been reinstated, which is driving the cost up. This funding is critical to the risk management service and is necessary to provide that proper liability coverage into the future to maintain our required
Corey.
level.
Can we dial the speed down just a little bit for the interpreters?
Sure.
Thank you. Let
me continue here. So as I was mentioning, the risk management, not only is it a reinstatement of our charges, but it also needs to be reinstated so that we carry proper liability reserve levels to align with our actuarial report. In addition, we also have investment in our proposed citywide technology needs. It includes a variety of investments, but server replacements, advanced cybersecurity, and installation of reliable internet backup during emergencies is included. Capital costs are down and represent the elimination of one-time costs that are not expected to reoccur in fiscal year 24. Included in fiscal year 24 is funding for 4 heart monitors for the fire department to adequately equip fire vehicles with modern tools. The transfer out category includes funds for the costs associated with managing the storm drain operations, as well as transfers to the CIP fund for our all-season turf project, a transfer to the vehicle replacement fund for vehicle replacements, as well as funding for the purchase of an ambulance that's expected to be delivered in fiscal year 24 that was encumbered this fiscal year. Also included is funding for a pilot fare-free transit program and matching dollars for a police and fire grant. So again, overall, 7.7% increase over 22-23 revised budget. So this is the same expenditure information, but presented by department and shows the total change. Bear with me as I go down this list here. Transfers, they are down slightly due to the removal of a one-time transfer for a capital project that's not expected to reoccur. City Council proposed budget is slightly down due to current council benefit selections. The City Attorney's Department, their budget is up due to the cost of living adjustments, retirement and employee benefit selection, and increased IT and risk management charges. City Clerk is up due to, again, increased intergovernmental charges, that's IT and risk management, and increased funding for the record storage and scanning, slightly offset by reduced salary and benefit costs related to an employee benefit selection. City Manager primarily reflects salary and benefits up due to cost of living adjustments, retirement, and employee benefit selection, also intergovernmental charges, the funding for climate outreach, as well as diversity, equity, inclusion, and open space management continue to be included in the City Manager budget. Economic Development has an increased budget due to a position upgrade and a cost of living adjustments, increased retirement and benefit selection. HR is down. It's a combination of increases for positions, cost of living adjustments, retirement and benefit selection, and also the removal of a one-time outside recruitment cost not needed in fiscal 24. Non-departmental includes funding for our animal services contract, and it also includes funding for separation costs. When employees do separate employment from us, we do sometimes tend to need to pay out pretty large, leave balances that are on the book, so that covers for that cost. Recruitment and retention program in the police department is also included in the non-departmental section. Funding for the labor negotiation impact is included as well. Finance, we have routine step advancements. We have additional benefit costs related to retirement and employee benefit selections, and increased intergovernmental charges. Planning is up for costs programmed for position allocation updates and increased intergovernmental charges. Fire is up, and that is related to the addition of one position, a training captain. Also included are salary and benefit advancements, employee benefit selections, increased overtime to align with recent history, as well as increased retirement and workers' compensation cost. Also included here are the 4 heart monitors and the wild fire mitigation chipper program that I've mentioned. Parks and Recreation is up, and that's staffing for a deputy director of parks and a parks maintenance worker. Also included are cost of living adjustments, retirement and benefit selections, governmental increased charges, and also the increased investment in a variety of parks maintenance services. So that includes, as I mentioned, gopher abatement, tree canopy preservation, animal grazing, and weed abatement, increased frequency of parks restroom cleaning, and increased costs for pool and pond treatment. Police is up, and that's related to the addition of a police sergeant position, as well as step advancements, cost of living adjustments, increased overtime, workers' comp, retirement and benefit selections, and intergovernmental charges. Also included in the police department budget are funds for the independent police auditor. And lastly, Public Works is up, and that's mainly related to increased intergovernmental charges. So here's another way of looking at general fund expenditures. Salary and benefits, they make up about 77%, or $55.6 million of the general fund appropriation budget. Services and supplies are about $8.2 million. Utilities at about $1.4 million. Our capital is $170,000, and our transfers out are about $2.2 million. This is the final expenditure by function. Public safety combined is about 67% of the overall expenditure budget. Our general support is about 12%. That is city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. Our public works department and the general fund is 3%. Finance is about 4%, Parks and Rec is about 9%, and the remaining transfers and planning are about 5%. So in summary, we have a balanced fiscal 24 budget. We continue to be thankful to the community for the passage of Measure U, which continues to provide resources necessary into the future to support continuity of services, and also has provided us the ability to focus and move forward on many other priority initiatives, programs, and projects. We do remain focused on the categories within the Measure U community priorities, including investing in staff who perform the daily essential services. We have begun investing in our infrastructure and will continue to do so in fiscal year 24 and beyond. And we've also been afforded the opportunity of investing in other priority initiatives. All of the Measure U investments have been included in this year's budget. Our budget is balanced, therefore revenues are equal to expenditures at $71.9 million. This does not include the emergency reserves, as I mentioned, which is currently right at 15% of operating expenditures, about $9.7 million. So the 5-year forecast is updated twice per year, and the revenue assumptions are included. Given the challenges in the economy, our revenue projections remain somewhat conservative due to the uncertainty of a possible recession. Our property taxes are included at about a 5% increase in fiscal 23-24, and we're decreasing that next fiscal year to about 3% to be more in line with what Sonoma County's estimates are for the duration of the forecast period. Our sales tax revenues have reached pre-pandemic levels, and we are expecting continued recovery and growth into 24. We have built in 3.6% in fiscal 24. We are expecting continued moderate growth in the out years. We are continuing to monitor the results. The remaining years of the forecast include a conservative base and a growth factor of about 3%. Other revenues are growing by a CPI factor of about 2 to 3% annually. On the expenditure side, we have included our core staffing and compensation and cost of living adjustments. We're still projecting a 7% escalator on health insurance. This is based on the historical 10-year average increase. We're projecting an 8% annual growth factor for workers' compensation costs. We have made progress this year towards correcting the trend as it relates to workers' comp, but we continue to be underfunded based on our actuarial study, and will continue to increase the contribution to build our reserves. We've updated the retirement costs based on the most recent valuation provided by CalPERS. The updated costs reflect a multi-year increase as a result of reducing the discount rate. It's fully phased in now. It also reflects savings from past actions that we have taken. This also includes the fiscal 21 investment earnings and as well as the losses in fiscal 22. It does not include any increases resulting from investment losses into the future, which could occur. None of this is unique to Petaluma. All participating PERS agencies will be impacted if there is an investment loss or earnings less than 6.8%. We continue to budget for comp time payout, separation expenses. Our vehicle replacement budget is very minimal. We're contributing right now $400,000 annually. That is what we put away every year for all general government vehicle replacements. Storm water transfers out are included and cover the cost of the storm water operating service. And we continue to include funding for the loan repayment and the settlement costs. So this is our updated 5-year forecast, and as you can see here, revenues equal expenditures, and that is due to the funding from Measure U being sufficient to cover the cost in the general fund. It is anticipated that the resources from Measure U over the duration of the 5-year forecast will be sufficient. This results in a zero ending working capital balance at the end of the forecast period. We will continue to depend on our long-term forecast as we have for the past decade or so, which has really assisted with proactively addressing any potential budget shortfalls ahead of any crisis. Since Measure U is maintained, as I mentioned, in a separate fund, any remaining resources above what is utilized for budgeted expenditures will remain in the fund and be available for future appropriating. Some of the risks in the long-term forecast: the economy remains challenged. We transitioned from the economy in recovery mode to immediately high inflation with supply chain challenges. In addition, the events around the world could impact the U.S. and local economy. All of these events do create risks in the near and long term. Retirement costs are included in the out years, but as I mentioned, we update those costs annually depending upon CalPERS annual report, which we receive in July of every year. Depending on what their investment earnings and losses are, that could change our contributions. In addition to the existing retirement cost, those investment earning losses are not included, as I mentioned. There could be an overall slowdown in the economy, which is not factored in and does pose a risk to the forecast. So we also have some opportunities. We are continually looking at our revenue sources and revising our estimated revenues. We're looking at pending developments and increasing our collection efforts, as well as continued effort put towards applying for significant grant funding. We had strong recovery and steady growth this fiscal year, so we are expecting that to continue, and revenues could be greater than estimated. Revenues from pending development and new projects will be analyzed in ongoing economic development initiatives. Sorry about that. So that wraps up the general fund, and we'll go into the department budget presentations, and I will kick us off with our Measure U investment themes. There was a significant community education and outreach session completed ahead of Measure U, which passed successfully, and the major categories here shown here are general fund support, which is intended to maintain our service levels and provide sufficient funding for staffing needs, infrastructure investments. Significant investment in roads is already occurring. We're planning for our public safety and fire facility investment, and then our priority initiatives. We continue to focus on the categories shown here: emergency prep and response, climate change initiatives such as EV chargers, a capital project, other homelessness projects that have been funded by Measure U in the recent past, and then a variety of projects and programs program for fiscal year 24. So we have had two meetings since last year's budget with the committee. The committee reviewed the proposed budget on March 21st and provided feedback about future reporting. Our Measure U revenues are estimated at about $15.8 million, with the excess balance carrying forward from fiscal year 23 of about $4.5 million, which results in total resources available of approximately $20.2 million. We have general fund support of about $8.2 million included. You might recall that our Measure U analysis forecasted general fund support, or what was known as the pre-Measure U deficit, at about $6.5 million every year. Of that $8.2 million, our general fund support is approximately $6.8 million, and the difference between $8.2 million and $6.8 is really that increased level of investment in our parks maintenance in the general fund. Workforce stabilization, we have $4.7 million included. Infrastructure is for roads and public safety facilities, and it does include our debt service on our $20 million bonds that we issued in 21-22 for the life of the bond. And then our priority initiatives, we were able to invest quite a bit more because of that larger fund balance coming into fiscal year 24. So we have quite a few projects that are funded by Measure U. We have $268,000 for the fire suppression system and Petaluma Library. We have $200,000 funding for the electric vehicle chargers, $700,000 for the turning basin and docks dredging, $692,000 for technology upgrades, $775,000 for the downtown public restroom and beautification project, $650,000 for river dredging, $100,000 for our emergency power backup, and then $1 million in emergency prep. That's $300,000 for some fire equipment to equip a fire engine, and about $640,000 for replacement police vehicles. And then lastly, $180,000 to fund a pilot fare-free public transit program. So that wraps it up for me, and I will pass it over to, I believe, Brian to go over the next section.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Start into the department overviews, and you'll see a similar slide layout on most of these, so we'll kind of get into a rhythm here. The city manager's office is a team of 6 staff members, and in addition to those 6, we also have Corey as our honorary 7th member, or deputy city manager and finance director. And this team, while yes, it is the city manager is the administrative head of the city and recommends the annual budget, as you see on the left, provides policy advice to the council and oversees city departments. I think the real value that we can provide, and all of the team members in the city manager's office, is in serving as a liaison and a connection point within the community. So whether it's connecting our staff to the council's goals and priorities, connecting our nonprofits together to move projects forward, connecting our community into what the big decisions are that are going on at the council level, all of those connection points that the city manager's office can and does typically assist with. And then also, as we'll touch on in a moment here, many of the staff within our department move their own projects forward that are directly responsive to the council goals and priorities that you all set for us each year. Next slide. So there are kind of four buckets within our fiscal 2022-23 accomplishments. The first one of which says citywide initiatives, but actually I would argue that perhaps everything on this list is a citywide initiative to some extent. So we've really been focused on Measure U implementation. We implemented the community-based lottery selected panel for the fairgrounds process, spearheaded citywide responses to multiple disasters, and that could be in any given year, whether it's a pandemic, a fire, a flood, a drought, et cetera. So we're always focused on emergency preparedness and response for the city. We facilitated hybrid meetings like we're sitting in right now so that we can have translation and have a live Zoom functionality in addition to the in-person meeting. Launched the docent program at Lafferty Ranch. And we've really been focused this year and also moving into next year on our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. You'll see that abbreviation DEI here in the slides several times. And then also we are highly focused on our climate initiatives, and we have the city facility energy audit happening, the floating solar program that the council heard about several months ago, and continuing to work on EV chargers and our overall electric vehicle program for the city as a whole. And then moving into our goals for next year, we will continue to be highly focused on those big citywide initiatives. So continuing to move the general plan forward, a significant focus on the fairgrounds and what that looks like for the future, continuing to focus on organizational development, and then moving significant infrastructure projects forward. As I alluded to earlier, we will always have the city council priorities and goals as our guidepost, and we're also looking to implement some new and different citywide policies. As each year we kind of update and refresh, implement new ones. The paid parental leave being one example that we did in the last year or two. And then finally, a continued focus on climate initiatives and getting the city ready for the Climate Ready 2030 initiative and the rollout of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan as a part of the general plan. So then finally, just a quick pie chart on the City Manager's Office proposed budget for 23-24. You can see the different categories there in terms of council agenda planning, project management, community engagement and outreach is always a big focus for us, climate action, and then just overall department support and coordination. And Corey touched on the increases year over year, mostly due to the usual salary benefit, cost of living type adjustments, health benefits and other benefit increases, et cetera. And then a little bit of extra in the services and supply categories for our DEI initiative, as well as our climate outreach initiatives. And with that, I will hand it across the table from me to our city attorney.
Thanks very much, Brian. So the city attorney's office is responsible for directly providing, overseeing the providing of all of the city's legal service needs. In this presentation, we're going to just some high points of what we've been working on and will be working on that involves direct council action. But really, most of our time, not listed here, is in supporting the work of our colleagues that you're going to see them addressing in terms of their projects and priorities. So our staffing, we sort of zipped past it, but it's 4.5 folks. We still have a half-time vacant position that we're still trying to think creatively about best utilizing that and going back to our accomplishments. Just quickly on those. We've listed graphics for the healthy democracy and transition of the city-owned fairgrounds property. That's an extremely important ongoing activity that's involving many of our departments, if not all. We've worked with the council and stakeholders outreach to update actually twice the city's tenant protection regulations. We've done, working with our planning colleagues, amendments to zoning code and fee structures of the city to provide for CEQA compliance of large new retail projects, and also provide some relief for city-supported housing projects. We also, we worked on government speech policies that the council approved to be able to provide city council speech out into the community and unifying messages and doing that consistent with the Constitution. And also we worked with the police department to present to you for adoption safe firearm storage regulations. So in terms of next year, thank you. We have a list, again, of the council-focused priorities that you've set for us. We'll be supporting the general plan development, along with many other departments, not just planning. We'll be coming to the council with and doing extensive outreach about retail cannabis regulations. We'll be continuing to support the city's efforts of civilian police oversight and citywide DEI efforts. We just brought last council meeting the Corona Smart Station Agreement, which is a big milestone for us. And the very next thing, we're doing outreach on it now, and we'll be coming back to the council with mobile home rent stabilization regulations. And in terms of our budget, this is probably the most simplistic pie chart we have tonight. Only two pieces. It's almost all salaries and benefits in our department, and there's a very important outside legal services piece that we try to minimize and use wisely to leverage our internal expertise and bandwidth. And that concludes my presentation on these slides. And next, we're going to hear from our city clerk, Kendall Sawyer, to go through the clerk's department. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. The city clerk's office is a small but mighty department. There are 3 of us. You'll notice the budget there shows a full-time records coordinator position that is currently filled understaffed as an administrative assistant position. Next slide, please. A few highlights of the work we've accomplished in the last fiscal year include the transition to district-based elections and the administration of the city's first district-based election, which resulted in 3 new district representative council members and a new mayor. We implemented agenda and meeting management software to streamline processes and produce electronic agenda packets. In coordination with IT, Public Works, and the city manager's office staff, we facilitated the transition to hybrid city council meetings. And we implemented board management software, which greatly improved the application and appointment process for city committees and commissions. Next slide, thank you. A few goals for the next year include design and implementation of a citywide records management program. As a 165-year-old city, this is a vital project to ensure we safeguard our history. We'll be training staff, council, and CCB members on the meeting management software to utilize advanced public engagement, transparency, and accessibility tools. We're actively working to establish protocols, staffing, and technology necessary for the implementation of a hybrid meeting format for all of our committees and commissions. And in line with the effort to improve our committee and commissions program, we plan to update the City Council and CCB rules and procedures to increase readability, align with current practices, and create a standardized procedure. Next slide, thanks. And I will challenge Eric. Mine might be equally as simplistic here. City clerk elections and city clerk administration and operations. Overall, we are maintaining our current staffing and supply levels, but we did, as Corey mentioned, put in a $55,000 increase for the records management program. This includes some design work from a consultant, as well as scanning and storage costs for our over 3,500 boxes of records. With that, I will pass it over to our Director of Economic Development and Open Government, Ingrid Alverde.
Good evening, thank you. The city created the Economic Development and Open Government Department in 2009 with the goal of leveraging technology and communications to make our city more efficient, transparent, and community-oriented. The work involves...
Sorry, 2019.
What did I say?
2009. It's late.
Oh, thank you. The work involves 4 divisions: economic development, communications, technology, infrastructure, and business systems and data. These 4 divisions work together to support city staff, make our business processes more streamlined, assure the integrity and security of city data, proactively engage our community in decision-making, and help our businesses start, connect, and grow. This year, we propose to add 2 new positions to help us keep up with the significant technological advancements that are needed to support our growing and mobile workforce while protecting us from an ever more present and likely cybersecurity attack. Go ahead to the next one. Over the last year, our team has helped our businesses with our free-range outdoor business program, downtown security discussions, graffiti abatement, and with help supporting our unsheltered population in our downtown. We were able to engage our community in many conversations about our goals and priorities, our district elections process, and drought and water conservation efforts, our fairgrounds and healthy democracy lottery selected panel, and with owners and tenants regarding new tenancy protections. You can probably see there's a lot of overlap from department to department because there's basically nothing we can do alone. Finally, our IT department supported more than 90 new / turnover employees, converted out city council chambers to support a hybrid meeting environment, and made significant improvements to our cybersecurity program. Next slide. Next year, we plan to focus on growing a diverse economy where our startup businesses represent our many ethnicities, backgrounds, and genders. We plan to help businesses improve their experience with permitting, provide training help and support finding a trained workforce, as well as keeping our businesses up to date with new and evolving city information.
Ingrid, I'm sorry to interrupt. Our interpreter has her hand raised, so I'm guessing the
Slow down.
request is going to be to slow down. Just pause after sentences. Thank you.
Thank you. We also want to increase our Latinx outreach and engagement and help the city complete a strategic planning process. Next year, we will be identifying a new ERP system and will begin implementation of that new system. We plan to expand our cloud storage and use of SharePoint citywide, as well as to continue fortifying our networks against cybersecurity attacks. Next slide. Our economic development and communications function budget is proposed to increase by $118,631 to cover an upgraded position and additional part-time staff to support communications outreach. Next slide. Our information technology functions budget is proposed to increase by just over $1.6 million. This increase will cover 2 new positions as well as $1 million for security and software upgrades, including the new ERP, as well as just over $200,000 to cover new servers for our police department and public works. And I just jotted down a quick list of the software implementations that are on our list right now, which include completing our EnerGov implementation in PrimeGov, doing our new ERP system, implementing the Procore system that Chris mentioned, implementing our Laserfish document management system, implementing a project management system, a customer relationship management system. We need to replace our gas management system, our SCADA water management systems. We need to transition our files over to cloud-based SharePoint. We hope to be able to implement a public records request system and to upgrade our city law. And that's not a complete list, but that's what I could think of right now. And I'm joined here tonight by 2 of our department managers, our infrastructure technology manager, Brendan Galton, and our communications manager, Jameson Bunn. This team has and continues to work hard to support our city through an unprecedented time of growth and change. And they and I are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mayor McConnell, council members. I'm here to present the overall proposed budget for the Human Resources Department. We're a small and mighty department like City Clerk. We're also an internal service department, as you know. We are responsible for what you see on the left-hand side of your slide there: employee recruitment, onboarding, classification and compensation assessments, policy administration, performance management, workers' comp and wellness program management, labor and employee relations, and legal compliance issues in coordination with our city attorney. In addition, we also are responsible for things that are not on the slide I'd like to point out: benefits administration for all of our employees, employee leave coordination, management of our safety program. Currently, we have 7.8 FTEs, so 7 full-time employees and an 80% employee. And we've got 4.8 of those in our HR side of the house and 3 of those employees in our risk management side of the house. So last year, for fiscal year 22-23, we accomplished a number of things. Quite significantly, we implemented over 100 recruitments, and with those recruitments reviewed many hundreds of applications, and that was primarily due to the implementation of Measure U and the efforts that we're achieving toward workforce stabilization. And along with those recruitments that we did comes onboarding of all of those new employees, as well as benefit implementation for all of those employees. We continued throughout most of 2022 following the myriad of protocols that kept changing with regard to the COVID pandemic, and implementing policies and changing policies to adhere to federal, state, and local public health orders. And in addition, we revised a number of different city policies and implemented a number of new policies last year, and recovered a number of at-fault funds from at-fault parties regarding our general liability program. Looking toward this next fiscal year, our top 6 goals are going to be finalizing an enhanced onboarding program, create an employee recognition program or enhance what we already have in place, market our recruitment program to create a branding strategy so that the city of Petaluma is perceived in the employee or the employment market as an employer of choice. We're going to continue to review and evaluate all of our insurance programs and look at options to ensure that we are maintaining or containing costs regarding our premiums. One important initiative is currently I am developing staff. We had a number of staff classification enhancements, and they are ready, willing, and able to grow professionally, and we're in the process of doing that, and that will only enhance our internal service, customer service, so that it is more professional and more efficient in terms of serving all of our departments. Then we'll also be negotiating a number of labor agreements, and we hope to negotiate fair and equitable labor agreements, but also maintaining good stewardship of our city resources. And all of these goals are consistent with the council established goal and priority of a city that works. The next slide shows our pie chart, and overall the bottom line is we have a modest increase in salaries and benefits, and that's due to the reclassification of 4 of our staff to a higher level classification, which was well deserved. They had been working at a higher level for quite some time. But we also are experiencing a decrease of 8,700, largely due to the elimination of a one-time professional services agreement that we implemented to help us with the surge of recruitments. It was a recruitment firm that we enlisted to help with some of the recruitments that were a part of the Measure U initiative. That concludes the overview for HR. And next up is our Deputy City Manager and Finance Director, Corey Garbarello.
Thank you, Charla. So I will actually finish up the last few slides of HR. The risk management budget is proposed to be approximately 2.8 million. As I mentioned, those risk management charges that were eliminated as part of the budget balancing strategy a couple years ago have been reinstated so that the service can continue and there's proper fund balance into the future. Our workers' compensation proposed budget is 3.8 million. Kind of the same situation here. We have improved in our workers' compensation program. The staff that's responsible for that has done a really great job with claim management, but we are continuing to build those reserves up to the actuarial value where they need to be. The finance department, there are several small but mighty departments here at the City of Petaluma. We have a staff of about 16 divided up into 3 different categories. We have our accounting services function that handles all things accounting as well as cash management, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable. And then we also have treasury and investments and all of our debt issuance that's also handled. Of course, the budget, which takes a significant amount of time for many staff members in the finance department. And then we have our commercial services division that manages all utility accounts in the City of Petaluma, which we have about 25,000 accounts in the city. A few accomplishments and goals, and not all of them are on the slide here, but significant effort put towards the implementation of Measure U and workforce stabilization. We're continually looking for funding recommendations for a variety of capital projects and programs that's ongoing. We continue to receive both the budget award and our financial statement award, and that's a direct reflection of our highly trained staff in the finance department. We continue to maintain our superior credit rating that helps and assists if and when we ever do intend to refinance our debt. And technology, we continue to improve access for customers for online payments and business license renewals. Goals for the upcoming year, we plan to work on our disaster preparedness, our financial policies. That is somewhere that we always focus on to make sure that we are prepared to issue paychecks to employees in the event we do have a disaster and our normal procedures are interrupted. We continue to identify possible funding options for a variety of programs and projects. We will be initiating a fee study, which we initiate once every 5 years. It's a master fee study, so it's all of our fees in the City of Petaluma. We will update the cost plan as we do every year, and then we will continue to look for cost savings and more efficient ways of doing business. And as Ingrid mentioned, we will work closely with IT in the selection of our consultant for the ERP implementation. So the finance department has a budget about 2.8 million. We do have an increase of approximately 225,000 that's related to increased salaries and benefits, negotiated increases of position upgrades, step advancements, and various other costs, and also increased intergovernmental charges. And I will pass it on to Brian O., our community development director, to go over the next slide.
Thank you, Corey. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the community. My name is Brian O., the Director of Community Development for the City of Petaluma. I'm excited here to represent a staff of 12, hopefully a growing staff with this budget proposal for this upcoming fiscal year. And our department is continuing to rebuild. One of the big goals and priorities for City Council was to reestablish, reconstitute the Department of Community Development, which is now made up of our Building Division, Planning Division, and Housing Division. As you will see on the slide, we have a number of positions that we are requesting to continue to completely build out the department. Corey, next slide. Okay, so I can't take too much credit for much of this. This is month 5 for me, but the department collectively has accomplished much, really across the spectrum. Earlier this year, with the adoption of the housing element 6 cycle, which set out the roadmap for how the city is going to facilitate, accommodate up to 1,910 housing units over the next 8 years. You also received the year 1 report, progress report on our strategic plan to end homelessness. So that was another big milestone. And every 3 years, much like every jurisdiction in the state of California, we go through a code update. And so this is year 1 of that 2023. It included a lot of new codes for efficiency, building efficiency, as we take some measured steps to a carbon neutral future. Related to housing, we secured a number of grants, total up to $19 million in funds to build and support local affordable housing. This is the first week, so starting on Saturday, we started moving in. Many of those units, 59 units of permanent supportive housing, North Petaluma, and so the first set of clients moved in starting on Saturday, so big milestone, and a note of gratitude for a number of departments that were involved with that. Customer service, that is the foundational piece for the department, existing and moving forward. This was our first year where our permitting system is now 100% digital. Customers can submit applications 24/7 in the comfort of their homes. And so that was a big milestone for us to extend our service really year-round, round the clock to our citizens. Visitability, just one quick note on ADA accessibility, because that was a topic that came through the CIP discussion. This council also took that extra step, adopting universal design and visibility to allow for more accessible homes throughout the community. Next slide. As for the goals for the upcoming year, continuing to make progress on the general plan. And so this fiscal year, we do expect, as we continue to work with our General Plan Advisory Committee, our Planning Commission, a number of our CCBs, we expect to take much progress into getting an update to the general plan. This will forecast and really provide some direction on land use for the next 20 plus years. So again, a big theme for long-range planning. With every great adoption of a plan comes implementation, which is equally important. So once we expect in the next couple weeks to be fully certified by the state for the adoption of our housing element, and we'll take those steps to identify and move forward implementation of those policies that were adopted by this council. Also, another year closer to our big target goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. So whether that's looking at building electrification to encouragement of our constituents to move to all electric homes, we're taking a look at all of that as well for this next year. And then the big physical change, yes, we're moving everyone to a digital platform for submitting of fees, but I think one thing that we can appreciate with community development is the personal touch and the person-to-person touch. And so sort of the last step of overhauling City Hall will be a one-stop permit center, West Wing, just across the entryway there. And so that'll be one-stop shop just to get your permitting needs addressed, whether it's in the building department, whether it's building division, fire department, public works. It'll all be there just literally within one stop. Next slide. So our planning division proposed budget, we're proposing to maintain existing service levels with a slight increase on salaries and benefits, as well as services for our contract planning services. The other one to note here is there's been a lot of discussion about tree preservation and tree protection. And so one service that we're looking at with upcoming development review is to bring on a certified arborist as part of the development review process. And so that's one new change that we're excited to implement this upcoming year. Next slide. So our building division is an enterprise fund. So it is built on the revenue that's generated by development services. The department is proposing just over a $2.8 million budget. Part of that request is to fully convert our fleet to electric vehicles. And so our building inspectors, I see them in the morning, then I see them at the end of the day. They're out there ensuring the health and safety of the community. And so this is another exciting step for us as a department as well. Next slide. Housing division. We would like to refer to this as the alphabet soup. That is the funding and the grant opportunities that help provide affordable housing and homeless services. And so the department is proposing just over a $3.3 million budget proposal. Again, there's more details in your budget that show line by line each one of these accounts and how much additional funds are in each of those accounts. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Schock.
This is in no way intended at you, but just for the next few speakers. The interpreters are trying to translate a lot of big numbers. So if you could just pause after stating numbers or after sentences, please. Thank you.
Luckily, I talk very slow usually, so that'll be perfect. 4 hours in, anybody need a Warriors update before we get started? Everybody good? Good? All right, I'll keep it to myself. All right, well, thank you very much. As you can see from the slide here, it highlights some of the things that the fire department does and for our community, and shows the organizational structure that it takes to accomplish that level of service. For the budget before you, it shows the addition of a full-time dedicated training officer. And in addition to internal instruction and training coordination, this position will support a new community career development program, which provides high school and college student outreach and programs to encourage and develop local talent. Next slide, please. This last fiscal year, we completed a comprehensive analysis that evaluated all operations in both the police and fire departments. The fire department concluded ours in November, in which we briefed City Council with the recommendations from that study. For the fire department, recommendations were mostly related to facilities, firefighter and paramedic staffing and deployments, training, fleet replacement, community risk reduction, vegetation management and wildfire prevention initiatives. And we've been making significant progress, specifically on items that we're able to implement with little or no expense. This year, the fire department implemented recruitment initiatives focused on DEI and filled new positions that were allocated last year with the assistant fire marshal and a citywide emergency manager position. We also initiated a public safety facility needs assessment and master plan that you received an update on in February as part of the council's top 10 update. And then, as what was mentioned a little bit earlier, the next update will be coming before council in a month on June 19th. We currently have a replacement fire engine and ambulance in production and continue to support and enhance collaborations with neighboring agencies in training and emergency response. Next slide, please. For goals, some of the goals for the fire department include to continue to review, evaluate, and implement best practice recommendations from the CPSM comprehensive analysis as funding allows, to complete the facility assessment to develop a master plan to upgrade and modernize fire department and police facilities, including the movement of the ladder truck to a more central location, ensure seismic safety, and accommodate workforce diversity accommodations throughout all public safety facilities. And once that assessment and plan is developed and presented to council, we can reevaluate CIPs to support that plan at either mid-year or future fiscal years. That's what Corey promises anyway. We will leverage the new permanent training officer position to further improve all training, but specifically supervisor training in DEI, leadership, operational competencies, and career development and succession. And the fire department will continue to monitor and evaluate emergency service demand, response times, and opportunities to support community risk reduction. And then the very last slide shows the pie chart for the fire department on how the fire department allocations are spent. And at the bottom, it shows, of that slide, it shows specific additions for this coming fiscal year, which include equipment for the soon-to-arrive fire engine that's on order, the training captain position, $50,000 towards a neighborhood wildfire mitigation program we just kicked off, and funds to replace 4 cardiac heart monitors that you'll be seeing soon on a consent calendar item. Thank you very much. And next up is Drew Halter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community. Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation. Great to be back with you tonight to go over an exciting Parks and Recreation budget proposed. At our core, Parks and Recreation plans, implements, provides programs, activities, special events, and services in a wide range of elements. We maintain over 100 sites through a facilities maintenance program. We maintain 47 of your parks, over 450 developed park acreage, and 175 of which is natural grass turf. The department does this with incredible staff of roughly 22 full-time employees. They're split between roughly 13 parks and facilities maintenance division. 9 include administrative and management level staff, and an array of seasonal and part-time positions out in the programs, the parks, the facilities, between 24 and 40 in any given time. Okay, we're moving on with the proposed budget moving forward. Oh, sorry, Corey, if we can go back real quick. As part of the next fiscal year, the recommendation is 4 positions for Parks and Recreation, one of which is the Deputy Director, one is a Parks Maintenance Worker, a Facilities Supervisor, and a Senior Facilities Technician. We really feel this represents a balance across all of what we do. The latter part, the senior facilities technician, one will be assigned to facilities maintenance on the fairgrounds, which we will go over in a future slide. But really, when we're looking at an array of services we provide, we're really excited about the staffing element and support for increased service levels here. Next slide, please. So despite beginning the fiscal year in a historic drought, if you remember, and this was quickly followed by a deluge of about 13 or 14 atmospheric rivers, your Parks and Recreation team continually pivoted and was really excited to present some accomplishments in front of you all tonight. Some of these include, a lot of the public outreach efforts that we really enjoy. This is going out in the community, engaging folks on things like the skate park, things like the Kenilworth Park renovation project, coordinating some significant volunteer efforts to plant over 400 trees with Petaluma Relief, Cool Petaluma, and other regional partners. Really getting out there was something that we feel really accomplished to present tonight. There's a partnership with Petaluma Bounty that will be presented next week's Recreation Music Parks Commission meeting to bolster and manage a coordinated effort to support our community gardens, and then some construction projects underway at the Petaluma Community Sports Fields. So really exciting stuff, that some of which kind of makes the news, but a lot of these little projects that people are feeling in their community, like refurbishing park benches at Leghorns or finishing landscape walls at Westridge, that you're really starting to see take shape, and we're proud of. Next slide, please. So as we look ahead for the 23-24 goals, we have a number of them. We really are excited to continue our partnerships with Public Works and water conservation folks to invest in our infrastructure and change out our water infrastructure in particular to more drought conservation elements in our parks. We are excited to start a pilot grazing program this spring and summer, and we look to build on that program next year, really putting grazing into some of these urban areas and parks. And so we're excited to be releasing more information on that as we get into the summer. We have a number of park access pathway improvements planned, some of which in McDowell and La Tercera and McNear Park, that should be underway in the fall. But there's many more of these kind of little projects coming down the queue that we're really excited to talk about. We have a playground replacement going to occur at Anna's Meadows Park, followed by a larger citywide assessment to reevaluate playgrounds and go through an exercise to prioritize future replacements. We have a couple of grants that the department helps facilitate in partnerships with Relief. This is the Urban Forestry Grant and the Healthy Babies Grant to bring more parks in urban canopy up. And lastly, we've heard a number from the community to really demonstrate and tell our story in different quantitative ways through tracking asset management programs about not just relying on our number of staffing with acres, but really what is that service level within parks. Not all acres are created equal, and so how can we really start to tell our stories through what kind of assets and amenities exist in either parks, and then how do we layer in all of the other really exciting initiatives the city's working on to show how we can best invest in these public spaces. We have a number of folks in the Parks Department in particularly that are going to be looking at ending their careers in the next 2 or 3 years, and we have a really good group of exciting folks that are eager to kind of take on the challenge of what's next for parks. So we're in a point of transition that's a really exciting time to be a part of the department, and it's important to mention. Next slide, please. So this slide is a breakdown of the three, if we want to call it divisions. We've got our Recreation Services Division that manages a number of cost centers. This include buildings like the Community Center, but it also includes programs like Youth and Teen Services, special events, adults programs, sports, senior centers, museum, aquatics. And then you've got parks maintenance, was the other side of that coin. That primarily involves staffing, services, supplies, and utilities. And then you've got your facilities maintenance team, which is currently 2, and we're looking forward to growing that division. But what was really quite monumental about this year's budget is what Corey had alluded to, is roughly a 25% increase in sure, staffing is a portion of that. The majority is at the bottom of this slide with that $932,000 increase in services and supplies, and particularly in these areas that we're hearing from our community, like bolstering service levels for maintaining trees in our tree care the grazing program, investing in programs to manage and maintain our athletic play spaces, our natural grass fields. We know and expect our integrated pest management will continue to move us into an area of relying more on manual weed abatement techniques. So putting investment in that in anticipation of implementing an integrated pest management plan. And those are just some of the highlights, but really a gopher abatement. These are areas that we've heard from, and we're really excited to be able to deliver a budget that we feel really meets the needs and delivers on some of those commitments. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, one of the positions for facilities included a facility senior technician that would be primarily intended to support operations at the fairgrounds. And so that's what this budget slide represents, staffing to support fairgrounds operations, but also about 70% of it within a professional services model to help maintain the grounds as a placeholder before we find out what those future needs are. And that's why this slide's there. And with that, I'll hand it over to Deputy Chief Brian Miller to go through police. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Mayor and Council, I'm Brian Miller, your Deputy Chief of Police, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Chief Sabano and the Police Department. So to start off, we're really proud to be a full-service police department offering law enforcement services to our community. That includes a 911 24/7 dispatch center, our specialty units of investigations, traffic and parking enforcement, and also code enforcement. And then our most robust division is our patrol division. Before we move off this slide, I just want to point out, and we'll highlight it later in this presentation, but what you'll see is actually a new organizational chart compared to years past. And it's really a testament to Measure U and some of the cornerstone pieces that we've been able to add to our staffing that have restructured and allowed us to create a technical services division with the civilian manager, as well as a newly created professional standards division. This budget includes an additional police supervisor, which is based on a recommendation to allow us to increase supervision through reducing span of control. An added supervisor also allows for staffing to be increased and improved guidance and development of our line staff in the field. Next slide, please. So we really focused on three primary areas this past year, and we're proud that we did quite a bit of work in the area of planning. We developed and implemented a 3-year strategic plan focusing on 5 primary goals. We're in the process of implementing and moving forward on a number of those objectives. Also, like our counterparts in fire, we completed an organizational assessment through the Center of Police Safety Management and are moving through the implementation and recommendations of that assessment. Some of those were what I highlighted in that restructuring. That was one of the recommendations. The addition of that police supervisor is also one of those recommendations. One of our primary tenets in our strategic plan is focusing on our organizational wellness and our professional development, and so you'll see that as being the secondary component there. We completed a post-certified through the state team building workshop of all of our supervisors and managers over a number of days. We were 100% post-compliant, which is a really big deal. We haven't had the staffing or the opportunities to ensure that all of our staff is meeting 100% of their training requirements, and we accomplished that this past year. And we developed not only a training plan, but a succession plan. We've had a high level of change and transition, and so we've been able to identify plans to ensure that our staff is developing in their current positions, but also developing for future positions and needs within the organization. And lastly, and probably of most community interest, is our enhanced safety. And so this year, through Measure U, we were able to add a DUI dedicated police officer that was already in addition to one dedicated DUI enforcement officer that we had deployed in the field. We've clearly seen a rise and increase in the number of DUI offenders driving in the community, as well as DUI-related collisions. We're at an all-time high in my career for DUI arrests, and that's really attributed to the work that these officers are doing this year, one of whom is going to be recognized later this month by MAD for what's known as the Century Award. You've made over 100 DUI arrests in 1 year, which is quite an accomplishment. We also launched and implemented a newly created team, the Community Impact Response Team. 3 of those positions were attributed to Measure U. The team's really focusing on blending quality of life issues. It's somewhat a restoration of a previously implemented team as the host team, our homeless outreach support team, but this also blends focusing on areas or problems, and it's not just limited to one component. It's the people, the problem, the places. This team is unencumbered to go out and address those promptly and supplement our patrol teams that are responding to priority calls and maybe pulled away at times. This team can dedicate the attention to those areas to hopefully provide a quick and appropriate resolution. Next slide. Our goals for this year are somewhat similar in the sense that we are definitely dedicated and focused on future planning. We're working with the city and our public safety partners on our ongoing facility needs assessment and trying to ensure that our staff has adequate facilities and equipment that ensure that we're efficient and modern and doing the best standard practices that are necessary for the profession. We're also, as part of our ongoing transparency efforts and in response to wanting to ensure that we're holding ourselves accountable and to the higher standards, we're moving forward with accreditation. As far as transparency, we're in the midst of currently and have been meeting just over the past few weeks with our recently seated independent police auditor. We'll be working with them and with city staff to develop and implement a public safety advisory group with community input on what that looks like. And lastly, we're really looking at taking some of the assessments and recommendations and trying to improve efficient services to reduce response times, increase officer available times, which will ultimately allow our staff to be more able to focus on reducing crimes and increasing traffic safety throughout the community. Next slide, please. This is our overall budget. It's $27.1 million this year. That is a $2.4 million increase. Those are attributed to increases in salaries and benefits, the new position, negotiated increases, step increases, retirement and benefit selections, as well as intergovernmental fees and increases in our public safety consortium technology fees and dispatch upgrades. It's important that this budget also maintains previously implemented positions through Measure U, which were 3 officers, a detective, a training coordinator, and that technical services manager. So we're really pleased to report that we've maintained those. Next slide. One area that we're really immensely proud in is our ability to identify and receive awarding through grants. The SAFE program has continued to be and is funded next year predominantly by Measure U funding and significant grants. I think the total project cost for this point is about $3.3 million, and if I remember correctly, about 75 or 60% is all secured through grants, and our management analyst has been really active in securing those. We also recently were awarded a partial grant for personnel to help us with the implementation of accreditation, and so you'll see that reflected up there as well. And then lastly, we continue our partnership with the Northern California Computer Crimes Task Force, working on electronic and technology-related crimes. It's also helping us process digital evidence and cellular devices with increased speeds to help us close out other investigations, and our sustained traffic enforcement program that helps us staff our traffic division and focus on habitual offenders, DUI offenders, and serious traffic violators in our community. And next slide. And I'll turn it over to Director Chris Bolt. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Brian, and hello again. So, as discussed earlier, Public Works is wide-ranging in its scope, and we have a fairly complex department with numerous divisions. And this organizational chart attempts to simplify 122.5 full-time positions. And we actually do have a new box that could be shown of Water Resources and Conservation Division. So we are growing in an effort to represent the interest of our community. And as such, we have 10.5 FTEs proposed in the budget. And 6.5 of those have a direct and palpable impact on the engineering and CIP group. 3 of those are in the operations division arenas, and then 1 is for the Water Resource and Conservation Division. Next slide, please. So some of our Public Works Department accomplishments in 22-23 are that we are continuing to build a culture of excellence. We're planting a lot of seeds on very big projects and initiatives, some of which are listed here. We definitely have a lot of ongoing street and pavement improvement projects in the pipeline. North McDowell is an obvious candidate. We did complete Petaluma Boulevard South just as we rolled into this fiscal year. And we have so many projects in the pipeline right now for design. So we did apply for and were awarded millions of dollars for water and wastewater programs and projects, which is quite exciting. And we were a statewide leader in our water conservation efforts, and featured in the press for that effort. So hats off to our staff. Just want to also highlight some of our safety projects, and the list is long, but quick builds, active transportation, traffic calming, implementation of the local road safety plan, all of those things are alive and well and moving swiftly now that we have team members to champion those efforts. Next slide, please. Looking ahead to our goals coming up, floodplain management is a key focus area. Our community rating system, we want to maintain and even improve that if we can. And we need to do that through updated floodplain modeling and various practices and policies to demonstrate to FEMA how we take our floodplain management seriously. Sea level rise and analysis and modeling is ongoing and will continue. Water conservation efforts, expanding our recycled water, integrated water master plan is a huge initiative right now. We're thinking through the lens of zero discharge as an aspirational goal at the Ellis facility. And you've already heard about our advanced metering infrastructure, which would really move our community forward with monitoring water consumption and increasing awareness. Exciting news on the transit front is free fares are proposed in this budget, so we would look to swiftly implement those. And microtransit and the downtown shuttle program are also proposed, and we're already hard at work with one of our new hires on our transit team, beginning to explore that. Electrification via the TRISIP grant that you'll be considering Monday is also an important initiative. And then we're enhancing service on a couple of routes. So the list is long for our wastewater plant upgrades at Ellis, as you can see. And we are excited to move forward on the floating solar project, which construction should start right around as the year turns into 2024. And the hope is we might have that up and running in the following year. It's a long construction process. So now we'll provide a quick overview of our 6 enterprise funds that support public works projects. And I'll begin with the general fund budget, $2.5 million roughly. And just some quick notes on that. $1.25 million is funding 7.75 positions. Largely within 77% of that pie chart is our administration and our engineering development group. The remaining portions are services and supplies, intergovernmental charges, streetlights, downtown streets and sidewalks, and other engineering service and maintenance contracts, Keller Street garages, etc., and supplies. And with that, I'll pass it to Dan Cohen to discuss the airport and marina enterprise funds.
Thank you, Director Bolt and Mayor and council members. The airport budget is a roughly operating budget of about $2 million per year. That's pretty consistent year to year. Everything in addition to that $2 million budget is typically a CIP related projects. This year, as we discussed earlier, is design and planning for the airport. In future years, we'll have construction as well. About 90% of most of our projects is federally funded. We do a 10% match on all of these projects. And so that really helps us accomplish some of the larger paving and infrastructure projects that we need. We're very proud that the airport maintains 100% funding by airport users. There is no general fund or taxes supporting the airport. Next slide, please. For the marina, this $350,000 budget pretty much covers our operating expenses. Our goal is to continue the maintenance operation of the marina as safely and efficiently as possible as we look to future CIP projects, which will help revitalize and increase interest in the marina and fill it with more tenants. Next slide. And now we have, next up is Jared Hall, Transit Manager.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So for the transit fund, we have a budget of $7.9 million. And so that includes items such as staffing, contracted services, and then capital improvements and equipment upgrades. The FY24 budget includes our first purchase of electric buses, which we're very excited about. That'll be 6 vehicles total. And then also transfers to the CIP fund for bus stop improvements and then transit facility electrification, as we touched on earlier. On the staffing side, we're very excited that we're now fully staffed with city staff. So all 4 positions are now filled. And also on the MD side, we were short over 10 drivers about a year ago. But thanks to the budget adjustment that we did with council, where we bumped up our drivers' wages, we're now fully staffed with our bus drivers, which is very exciting. But of course, that contract with MV Transportation provides over 30 staff, and that's our biggest budget item every year. $2.5 million this year, up about $50,000. Another major expense for us, of course, is our fuel budgets, $0.35 million. Of course, some of that's going to shift as we transition our fleet to electric versus diesel and gasoline, which it is right now. Repairs of our bus fleet is another major expense, a little over $500,000. Other operating services, supplies, and then other intergovernmental charges here at the city. On the capital side, we have those 6 electric vehicles, which will include a variety of fixed-route vehicles, and then vehicles for microtransit shuttle service that we're excited to launch, and then paratransit vehicles as well. Our transfers to the CIP projects are $1.3 million. Some of the things that we discussed, like the roof replacements, facility improvements here at the transit yard, given the aging facility that we have. And then a couple of exciting projects, in particular, is the microtransit service, of which we have $220,000 in the budget to launch that, and then do other related service improvements, including higher frequencies on Route 11, more school tripper service, and then also the free fares, as we touched on earlier. And so I'll pass it back to Christopher to discuss wastewater and water enterprise.
Excuse me, if I may, just I'll have transit, but I think per our rules, we'd like to have a quick vote of extending the meeting past our troublesome hour. So,
I'll make the motion.
And motion by Cater Thompson.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Barnacle. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah.
Cater Thompson.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
Mayor McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Back to you. Thanks.
Phew, now I can slow down. Good. All right, just 2 more slides for Public Works. It's probably the fastest we've ever given an overview of a department this comprehensive. The Wastewater Utility Enterprise Fund is a serious business. There's a lot going on. So daily operation and management of the city's wastewater collection system, of course, all the sewage and collecting it and sending it off to Ellis Creek for processing and recycling. It's a comprehensive system. You can see in the pie chart here the 50% number there, 27.8 million for capital projects. So it's a very serious ongoing, and that's the thing about running a wastewater utility is there's just always investments in it. The debt service, excitingly, is paid off here coming up in 2029 and 2036, two different components there. So we're excited to potentially see that green sliver disappear, at least temporarily, until such time we may need to issue more debt to upgrade the facility. And the operations is about 18.8 million. So a lot happening here, but that's a high-level overview of $55 million. Next slide, please. Our water utility enterprise is simply defined as the daily operation and management of our city's water distribution system, which includes water conservation and resource management efforts as well. So here you can see about 28% of the budget, $8 million, is capital. And the biggest chunk is, of course, the operations at $20.5 million of that budget. I think that's a wrap. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much and pass it to Corey. We still made 11 o'clock if you hurry. Thank you.
Sorry about that. That wraps up our presentation. I'd just like to quickly acknowledge those that participate in the annual budget process. It definitely could not happen from year to year without everyone's participation and dedication. I'd like to recognize those in the finance department who play an important role of pulling this document together. Isabel Kraft, who's sitting here next to me right here, she plays a significant role in participating in the budget document. Janine Tedrow and Sue Simmons, and all of the finance staff, and everyone in all of the city departments, all the department representatives, thank you. Thank you, thank you for your teamwork. And finally, thank you for the mayor and the council for your continued support.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of thank you, and I thought we'd be the ones doing all the thanking. Obviously, we're hitting really strongly on all parts of the budget here, and I just really appreciate a budget that finishes where it starts. You know, we spend what we say what we're going to do, and we have that going on. So I'd like to invite the council to enter into any questions, and Councilmember Posey.
May I ask a question about the climate action baseline? Any chance?
I was hoping that, I believe that Rihanna is out, our climate action manager is out, so I'm going to ask Patrick to pinch hit, but we might just have to follow up on Councilmember Posake if we can't answer the question tonight.
I can speak to a little bit of what Rihanna has going on with climate action. Is there a specific part that you want to get into?
Yes, really, Patrick, it was really just about the fuel usage chart, you know, which seemed to show a significant decrease between 21 and 22, and then in the first 3 months of 23, it looks like it's doubling what it was in 21. That can't just be more driving because COVID is easing off? Is that the only reason for it?
Yeah, I mean, I think vehicle usage did decrease during the previous fiscal year. Why it's increased like now, I don't think I have the information to give you, but we can follow up with more on that.
Okay, yeah, okay, thanks.
Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, a few questions. Probably one of the largest things several of the departments talked about was workforce stabilization. And we said lots of increases in those salary levels and hirees and the like. And basically, we want to stop the poaching of other cities grabbing our good staff. So are we a study was done on comparing with nearby cities for compensations. Are we now pretty comparable, or are we still below level? Do we need to do more work in this area, or are we reaching some stabilization at this point?
So that's a great question. It's always hard to say year to year without doing another repeat of that very detailed salary survey that we did. The big one that we did for most positions was in 2020. And so part of the strategy with workforce stabilization is to get all of the positions up to market or very close to market, and then continue with annual cost of living adjustments. And so that's one thing that we've tried to implement through our various bargaining agreements with our labor unions, is that we are continuing to look at inflation, to think about it, to make sure that their purchasing power is not declining and that we're not getting behind in the market. But after 3 years, we don't totally know. We can't be 100% confident. I think certain units, if they're coming up for their time for negotiations, may want to look at certain positions again. And that's something that we do from time to time. Additionally, if we are establishing new classifications, which I think this budget does have a few of those in it, we would then go back to the market to look at how we should compare that new classification in the market. So there are a few different ways that we can look at that, but we have not budgeted, for example, to do a new full classification study of every single classification in the city. But the hope and the intent and the theory is that if we get everybody up to market and then stick with cost of living adjustments that keep up with inflation, we should be relatively comparable moving forward.
Okay, good, thank you.
I would just add that in addition to salary adjustments, that we are also working on other perks. We offer 8 weeks of parental leave, paid parental leave, which the county is the only jurisdiction in this county that does that. And I don't know who does that in Marin. We have a very flexible telecommuting policy, so telework. What's that? We've got a wellness benefit for every employee that works here. That's a very flexible wellness benefit. So we're continuing to look at our policies and also what we offer just holistically to our employees to
Major
improve.
improvement's been made. That's great.
Yes, absolutely.
Then well, I'm not sure if it's economic development or community development, but where we're at. But one of the areas that still seems missing in what was presented today is how we generate opportunities for new businesses to come into town, and how we can impact tourism dollars coming into town. Because one of the things that, an example would be, we did have through the Planning Commission, we had a hotel being presented, and we considered the building, and we considered the parking, but we did not really consider the income of generation that would do. We did not really consider the tourism dollars it could do. It did not generate it as a new business, how that would change in comparison to our current hotels. So we did, in the planning and a lot of discussion, really didn't get into the other parts. And so I'm not sure if it's in community or economic development or both, but I think we need to do maybe a little better job in how we get more businesses, more tourism dollars, and to increase that revenue and doing all that. So where does that belong, and who's can take the lead on that?
Those are great questions. I think it's a combination of economic development and community development, because I don't know if that hotel has to do an FEIA, but no.
Well, we actually, we removed the requirement for the FEIA because it added a burden to hotel development. And we had found in every single FEIA we had done for a hotel previously that they were, the purpose of the FEIA was to understand the economic impact of a hotel for the city, and they are typically positive. So it wasn't taking away, it was typically adding jobs, adding revenues. So we removed that requirement, and therefore that's why this current hotel didn't have that requirement. Does that make sense? I don't know if I answered the question, but that's why.
Right, but we didn't hear of that during the planning commission, and so, but that's just an example of maybe other businesses that we may want to bring into town, if increasing the technology, the communications, whether we can increase that, and other things. But just so is it in economics, or is it in community, or in both, that we actually try to achieve more income and revenue from new businesses, more tourism, and bringing those dollars in? So who is actually doing that? I wasn't sure from the presentation.
That would be primarily economic development. We do partner with community development because a lot of the ways that we are able to support and help businesses is through our permitting processes. And so we often act in partnership to help businesses through our processes. But in our economic development program, we also do small business development support. So any small business that's looking to come to Petaluma or has questions about how to get started, we refer small businesses to local resources like our Small Business Development Center. We also do classes. We recently did a workforce class locally. We partner with the County Economic Development Board to help businesses, to help bring information to the city and to help partner in terms of workforce development and any other obstacles that come into play with business. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Fine standing up. I've been sitting for a
I know,
very
I
long
got like
time.
stuck.
I'm like,
It took me a
wow.
minute.
Another way we do this in partnership definitely is targeted code amendments. So when we're finding that we have a type of business, let's say, that's trying to come into town and we want them to come into town and there's an obstacle in our code, we'll look for changes. I think it was in the last year or two, we added small food and beverage manufacturing to the artisan craft manufacturing, because we found a lot of times they were coming in, but they were getting, the way our code was set up, they were lumped. You couldn't tell a small from a big. And so they weren't able to come into the areas of the city they wanted, and we wanted them to come. So we also worked together to identify those challenges and change the code.
I would just say that a good example is the redevelopment at Howard and Western with the Crooked Goat and Acme
Burger.
Was a great example of economic development and community development working together to entice the property owner to redevelop and bring those tenants in. So.
I just would like to see, moving forward, that if someone like the hotel comes in, that we do also a financials, that here's the building, the building's ugly, but whatever it is doing, whatever people are complaining about it, but what are the benefits of it coming? And that needs to be a little bit more upfront, along with the building plans. So if we're doing that, let's do that together so that there's a cost-benefit comparison, rather than saying, we don't like that building, we just don't want it for some reason. I think if people understood the benefits of businesses that might be coming into town from a financial point of view, from whatever tourism dollars they would bring in. So that I would like to see more of that in the discussions when we're working in the planning process, and bringing that forward so people can see those benefits, so that they can do a real comparison. Let's move on to another question. In the finance area, there's a lot of funds that are in reserve, in the banks, invested and the like. How is that service? Are the folks that are helping us to make sure that we're making money on our money, that is in reserve and everything, are we doing a good job of that? And who's doing it, and how good of a job are they doing? And how much is there invested in the banks and in the reserve total that we have?
So off the top of my head, at the last treasurer's report, I want to say 190 million is currently invested. And our investment policy at the city is pretty conservative. There's three main goals: safety of our assets, liquidity to pull down when we need cash for big capital projects, and a reasonable rate of return. And so our investment portfolio is diverse. A large portion is in short-term, kind of overnight funds that right now are doing significantly well because short-term rates are up. And our managed account is more long-term looking, albeit it's still short-term because it's about a 3-year average. But that is managed outside of the city, and all three of them are, but that's managed by a PFM who is the main business that does a lot of the investing for government agencies. And our rate of return is, I would say, reasonable at the moment.
Okay, yeah, just looking for maybe some numbers on this because I know last year I have diversified investments and I took a huge downsizing of what I had. Even though I'm diversified and all that, and some years I'm up. CDs are running. You can actually get a 4% CD out right now. So do we have a percent increase in our investments? Is there a target? Do we meet our target?
We've met our
3% on that 170 million, or 10%.
Recently it's been very low, around 1 or 2% over the past year, but it's recently risen up because of the short-term interest rates rising up. So in our overnight funds right now, it's hovering around 4%, and our managed account is around the same. Our managed account is, like I said, is very conservative. So most of the investments are in treasuries and securities. So it's very, very low risk. But that's where it stands right now.
Good, thank you. But we're pretty satisfied that we are maintaining that. We didn't take a huge loss this last year, like some of us did personally.
No.
Okay, good. Then on the airport, one of the things I heard in years past, there was someone that was going to start a commercial taxi service, and whether or not that became viable or is a viable new thing that could be done so that we have more income and revenue and more service. So we have flying taxis instead of just driving taxis. Is that a possibility? Are we doing it now? And where can we go with that?
Yeah, Dan Cohen, airport manager here. So far, we haven't had any companies approach us with that idea. It's a great idea. We think that might be the future, but at this time, there aren't any companies that approach us for that. But it's something that we are keeping in mind as we develop future projects for the airport.
Yeah, I just saw some stuff about human-sized drones that you could carry yourself city to city with. So, okay, let's look to the future. And then finally, one of the things that we may think about in the future for us up here on the Dios is other cities do have a larger compensation for city council. If that is possible to bring back in maybe next year or the year after, is that something worth discussing at this point? Are we pretty well settled that this is where we stand? Because most of us are retired and voluntary and can do this, and we want to have a little more diversity up here.
So that's something that's set in our charter. So that would have to be a measure that goes to the voters. It was long before I started serving as the city attorneys. I understand that there were a couple different unsuccessful attempts to put that before the voters and adjust it. So that's why we have this very low compensation level that's set in terms of the direct compensation, although there are benefits that are provided. So.
And I think we're ready for that conversation, but we would like to lump it in with the larger charter amendment conversation and have a community panel to help us with the charter amendments.
Yeah.
So
not right now, but in the future
Let me
sometime,
jump in
worthwhile.
for 1 second. In light of the hour, maybe we could work on making the questions more concise and the answers more concise and more transmitted by email, perhaps at a separate time. And that's that. Thank you. And on that question of compensation, is it true that you can't vote for compensation that eventually benefits yourself? So our sitting council wouldn't be beneficiaries of anything we did?
Well, it's the people that decide that, so that it goes, it will be a measure before the voters.
Wonderful. Questions from council member now?
I'll be concise. Police. Is the school liaison / DARE like our school resource officer? Or is it, we need to add that box?
So traditionally, our school resource officers were the ones that oversaw those programs, the DARE program. And then as far as right now, we've been working with city leadership and school leadership, and basically evaluating and asking the schools how can we assist them to provide the most impact and any assistance we can offer in the realm of security for the school.
We're looking at all options with the city schools. They have not identified that they want an SRO on campus at this time.
Do we have to budget for that SRO position, though?
That had been grant funded in the past, I believe. Maybe we paid for one and then the school paid for the other.
Yeah, we've had two different models. We've had the intervals where we've offset those with grant funding, specifically through a tobacco grant, which was the most recent model.
If there's a need and there's a want, we'll figure it out. But at this time, no.
Oh, thank you. I just didn't know if we needed to put a placeholder for in the budget. Okay, to fire. I recently got to witness firsthand that every single box on this chart was at that fire, along with 2 other departments, plus our police. Do we get any compensation from the insurance company of the homeowner? I mean, do we get, or it's just our tax dollars paying for all those staff members?
We do not receive insurance compensation for fires. No, we don't. We do reciprocate the mutual and automatic aid we receive from other agencies that come into our community and assist us with fires. We reciprocate that service, and there's no compensation between fire agencies. But no, we do not receive funding from insurance carriers. We do for medical billing, for vehicle accidents, for medical care, but it's most of our operational reimbursements are through the medical component, medical side. We do receive funding through our Fire Prevention Bureau, but no, to answer your question specifically.
Okay, I was just wondering, because it was a day-long process getting that fire out. Thank you for everybody in your department. Quickly, to the transit, is our bus currently, this is going on to Councilmember Shrib's comment about the taxi, reminding me that the Airport Commission asked me, do we have a route of the transit that goes to and fro or through the airport? As we could add it to people flying in, like on an air taxi, who need to get shuttled to downtown, to a job, etc.
Thank you. We do not currently have a route that's going by the airport. It's something that we could look at going forward. Route 11, of course, is our east-west connector that runs on Washington. But generally it runs, the furthest north is on Maria, and then it loops over to the East Side Transit Center next to Safeway. We have talked about bringing the bus further north up to the ball fields at some point, for example, but we would need a bus turnaround, possibly a roundabout or something like that at some point. So that is in kind of our medium to long range term to do that. One of the obstacles would be having a turnaround given, the type of vehicles. But it is something we've looked at a bit and we'll consider going forward in the future.
While you're on Zoom, there's a rumor that if somebody flies into the Petaluma Airport, that they can call the transit and you'll pick them up. Is that true?
We do not have anything that goes direct there currently. No, nothing to the Petaluma Airport currently.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And before we go to public comment, I just wanted to note that SMART is starting shuttle service from SMART Airport Station to their airport. And I know that that's an idea that's popular in other cities as well as SMART, but SMART's handling just executed contract for that. And so let's go to public comment. Do we have any from prior to the meeting?
Yes, we received one public comment related to the department budgets, and that was in support of the city committees and commissions going to a hybrid meeting format.
Thank you very much. Let's check with our Zoom audience.
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak on this item should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. And we do have 2 hands raised.
Wonderful. And I have 2 cards in-house, so we'll allot 3 minutes to each. And let's start with the in-house and Ben Peters, to be followed by Darren Rakusin. Ben.
Great meeting, everyone. Thanks. I do want to note there is a building that has a bathroom that is located at 1st and C Street. I believe that is currently leased. I don't want to name the lessor for fear of. Anyway, there's a bathroom there. The housing funds, that I think could really use some more investment. If we look at, that's the only area of the budget that has gone down is housing. And I think we can really do a better job in a number of categories there, and I look forward to that. A couple of things that came up in this presentation which weren't clear in the budget were that micro transit / shuttle concept that looked to be a goal. I did a word search in the budget. It looked like there was one word that talked about that, and it was a goal. So I don't know if that goal translates into budget. I think that's a great idea. I look forward to that, but it looks like it could use a little more substance to it than just that one bullet point. Also, the chipper program. I didn't see that anywhere. Marin has operated a chipper program very successfully for a long time. This is something where we really need to collaborate with our county on, and I look forward to that. We need to drag them along to this. In regards to wildfire compensation, I don't think we received any money from the PG&E settlement, even though our county was directly hit. And so that's, again, our supervisor advocating for us in a less than adequate manner. I guess the last comment I'll make is more aspirational, and this does have to do connecting our housing, our transit, and our parks. And so it is a goal of mine to one day be able to take the bus over to the old Adobe, which gets too frequent of visitors from our town, even though that is one of the most important assets that we have. And it's forgotten, and there's going to be some huge battery projects there very soon, and we have no input or say in those projects, and we don't have a way to get there. And once at the old Adobe, I'd like to be able to take a trip up to Lafferty Ranch, the crown jewel of our park system, one day. And I mentioned the Lafferty Ranch because there's a docent program, and we need to really double down on that and make sure the low-income people in our town also have access to that place. Thanks.
Thank you. Looking for Darren Rakusin and not seeing. I think we'll
Mayor Darren is joining us online now.
Yeah, imagined. Yeah. So let's go to Darren or whomever in the Zoom.
Thank you. Our first speaker will be Darren. I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself, and you should be able to address the council.
Thank you. I want to laud all the staff members for their stamina. It's a long meeting when in-person commenters become Zoom commenters. A couple comments just on the financial statements in general. One of the things I noticed in the summary financials under sources and use of funds, there's a broad category there: advertising, promotion, debt, rent, training. I think there's a lot of different things potentially lumped in there. I don't know if there's any breakout possible, especially when you think of, debt servicing, rent, training. That's kind of that workforce stabilization. So just a note there. Also, just wanted to point out that our salaries and benefits are about 40% of revenue. So if you take that $280 million in revenue, less transfers in, you're about 200 million, and you're about 80 million in salaries and benefits. Obviously, there's CalPERS, there's previous employees wrapped in there. But, just in general, with a service-based business, government is much different. 40% cost of labor for revenue generated is on the high side. So something to note. But, that is what it is. We need the good people, and I appreciate the conversation about retaining talent. One part I noticed on page 25 in regards to the new fairgrounds fund, I appreciate the point about the CIP projects and the limitations there. In this whole process, in any kind of process where you're kind of opening a new venture, you always want to look at that budgeting, planning. Do we know what we're getting into? So I appreciate there is a fund there being created for management of the site. I will point out it says including event and property management activities. And I know that's a little bit in contention right now on who's managing events, who's managing property. And as a policy document, this seems to maybe broadcast that the city plans on event and property management, maybe with the tenor of the current discourse, that's not too far off. And then the last thing, I just want to give a massive thank you. If I were there, I would hug him, to Brian O, for talking about an urban forester or arborist position coming to the future, potentially for community development. I wrote a piece there, but I think as we talk about tree preservation ordinances and even broader policy updates around trees, really harmonizing ordinances, policy, internal and administrative guidance to city staff about, our tree policies. You centralize all of that with personnel. And I think having an arborist or an urban forester, two different positions, but I think could both fill the role, would be to implement any tree preservation ordinance or other tree ordinances, and also manage all those other programs relating to trees for the city that aren't necessarily in an ordinance. So just a huge thank you to him for mentioning that. Music to my ears.
And the next speaker is Asaya Gonzalez. I'm going to allow you to speak. You should be able to unmute yourself and address the council.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your diligence, for everybody's patience, for being here this late, for the extensive knowledge that it took to be able to put this sort of document together. I am continuously in awe at the amount of cohesion it takes to run such a glorious city. I will be honest and upfront that this presentation was incredibly informative and beyond my scope of understanding just as a whole. But the conversations that arose out of it, like Councilmember Shribs bringing up the amount of compensation that council members receive, I realize that that's going to become behind the scenes conversation, but I appreciate it being brought up. I also wanted to say, for the amount of time and consideration that is being put into the benefits and the packages being offered to Petaluma City staff, which they are absolutely deserving of for the amount of hard work that they do. I just hope that we can keep that same mentality, that same energy, and the same considerations around the fluctuations that occur in the market, the economic instability that we're, looking down the barrel of when we're talking about renters and protections and, our lowest income receiving citizens. I just want to remind everyone that Petaluma's minimum wage just came up in January 2023 to a mere $17.06. And that in total comes out to a $35,484.80 year-round salary, just even working 40 hours full-time. And that is not a livable income in the city of Petaluma. So let's keep in mind the atmosphere that we're creating for those who provide the lowest services that we receive. And lastly, I honestly didn't even want to raise my hand, but my anxiety spiked when I heard Councilmember Now bring up the idea of needing to fund an SRO after everything that we've seen come of gun violence, especially over the last few months in this country. Students have made it very, very, very clear that they do not need an SRO in their schools. What they do need are the resources that an SRO ultimately comes to serve at the very end of a problem that could have been prevented. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you very much. And now we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Barnacle, did you want to kick off?
Sure. I turned all my questions into comments for given the hour. So I'll start by saying to the 5 members of the public, thank you for sticking it out and participating. And to the 30 plus staff members who are on the Zoom and in the room, thank you for being here, and give my best to your family for sharing you with us now and always. My comments to community development are, I would love to get a better sense of when we're going to see some of the housing policies coming back. Maybe it's just in an update or something like that, but I hope we don't have to wait for the whole general plan to be updated to start seeing some of those come forward. Namely, parking would be great, but others as well. The SAFE team was mentioned. I'd love to, I think we're coming up on like the 2-year anniversary with the SAFE team. I'd like to have a presentation maybe in June on that, if it's possible.
We have one coming up, I believe, in July.
Fantastic. I'll take it. Thank you. And then I just want to give, make sure that I say all my support for the increased investment in parks. Excited to see the new staff. Really excited to see the pretty sizable budget for services and supplies go for abatement, turf replacement, things like that. I think the Parks Department has been underinvested in, and it's like the thing that everybody says, I want better parks, and we always hear it, and then when it comes time for it, it's doesn't show up in here. So I'm really happy to see that we're putting our money where the community's mouth is. And then I think the final piece on the parks, I know the parks master plan's not in here, but I'd love to see the active transportation plan, and maybe a follow-on effort with the parks plan or something where we talk more about getting around the city and the active transportation plan, and then we can talk more about destinations like parks and recreation and things like that as a subsequent plan. But just I want to make sure that I keep that on the radar because I really think it's important. So other than that, 100 DUI arrests in a single year is alarming. I don't want to say impressive, but tell your your colleague thank you for keeping us safe. And damn, that's insane. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Gator Thompson.
I just want to say this budget really reflects Measure U and what the public voted for. And that's why we have the budget we have today. And it's only going to get better. And I just want to thank everybody. It was great. It was easy reading, but a long night. Thank you.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, you mentioned a bus transit going out to the old Adobe. In the 1990s, we had fiestas out there, and I jumped through a lot of hoops to get the city bus to go out there because it's actually outside the city limits. So it took a lot of pressure from this little mouse that roared to have the buses go out there. So that I just wanted to say it has been done, but it was only one day a year to get people to come to our fiesta and enjoy Petaluma's beginnings. But I could see maybe a shuttle going out to Lafferty with the docents. We could probably arrange that. I actually went in a carpool years ago and did my tour. To go back to minimum wage, I just want to mention that preschool teachers, and I'm retiring as one, so I didn't make a lot of money in my career. They make a little over minimum wage. So we qualify for low-cost housing. And to defend my suggestion of a school resource officer, Rohnert Park has a school named after an SRO because they were so great and the students appreciated, the staff appreciated them so much. They named a school after this person who was such a large asset to that school community. And we might talk to the teachers and staff as well as the students on what they want to see in the schools. There's a lot of fear, but it's come about in the last couple of years, and maybe we can have a community discussion about what the staff would like to see as well as the students. That I do believe that mental and emotional support is needed in the schools, and I support that wholeheartedly. And I think also law enforcement respect needs to be a teachable moment in the schools, and our police can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? With that, I think we've come to the end of our meeting for the night. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just quick. I want to thank Peggy for taking the ship and leading us away from the iceberg and getting us to port. This is a phenomenal document, and the staff that's here, you guys are phenomenal. I really appreciate what you've done. I've seen lots of things, but this document and the support that the staff is doing here, I just want to commend everybody. I'm totally impressed.
And then for my comments, I want to commend staff on the presentation tonight. There's obviously many more things we'd like to talk about, but I think you guys are running such good programs. I think when we talked about the HR and workforce retention, we had a number like 40 of resignations last year, and that's like 14%, and that's a very good industry retention rate. So I think we're turning the work environment to be, how did we say it in our poster on the wall, workplace of choice. And that's a very important thing. I do worry that we rise with so many employees and the PERS issue that we had before, and we always have to keep our eye on what the right sizing is for our long-term investments. I note that in the Measure U money, $16 million a year coming in, and $13 million of it is general fund. Some of that is capital transfer away, but an awful lot of it is wages. We have to keep an eye on not getting ourselves in the positions we were before. And the general plan is just such a key item for our community. I hope we have to keep our eye and on that, knowing what the heavy lifting it is. And I haven't heard about the IRA investment, but as money comes in from the feds and the decarbonization, electrification efforts come in, I'd like to have a sum on the scale for equity programs that maybe the city has to find extra money to bring into balance on. But I think we need to do good for people who need some good done with them. I would ask the assistant chief if there is any help on speeding. The number one complaint all over town and one of causes for accidents and harm is speeding. And so I'd love to see more on that effort. All the other issues that go on, there's just so many to talk about. I would love to know if the park's budget allows Prince Park to become a playable surface. I mean, that's been a long-term challenge to try and chase the gophers and keep the adobe down and all that. And I don't know if we gave enough money to have grass fields be a viable solution in our community, but I'm looking forward to the challenge that you now have. So thank you. And that a big thanks to all our staff was going to ask the city attorney if in your goals, you can make sure that the trestle, completion of the trestle documentations is one of the goals that we have for the coming year in your department budget, that we don't get caught flat-footed on the legal requirements. So thank you very much, and I appreciate everybody staying till midnight tonight. We're closing this meeting at 11:30